Alright, back at it. I'm going to try to be less frustrated this time. Which is why I am focusing purely on smaller goals. But even then, I can't guarantee that. I know where my... I'll grab my notes in a sec when I need it. Because the goal, at least for right now, is preferably to get the classrooms. Because I feel like if I get the classrooms, then I can figure out kind of the rules that they're trying to teach me about certain puzzles, and then I can be aware of the puzzles that I'm not fully aware of. And then I can work to start solving them. Aside from that, there's something else that I was going to do, but I forgot. Oh, open as many of like new rooms that I can. Instantly not getting anything. I haven't really used the shrine. The blessing of the dancer. While drafting, you may pay gems to spin 4 plans. Which means I need a lot more gems. But it also means I'm not getting any type of benefit for this run. But the shrine at least sets me up for multiple days, so that's something I can, like, work with. So that if I don't have the classroom, then what am I going for? I guess new rooms at this point. Storeroom, pantry, nook. I'd rather just get the storeroom out. Because I at least have 2 to 3 entryways, at least still heading north at this point. I'll just take this. Just so I don't have to deal with that. Vaults here, pantry, rather the corridor. Because I need to be able to spread this out a little bit. Both of these are kind of bad. I'll just take the bedroom. Nothing, nothing. Courtyard's better. I'll take the chapel. Courtyard would be functionally better, but this gives me a chance to get the nurse's station. Oh, even the stuff in the room changes. Because then I don't need to go through there. East Wing or Observatory. Or the kennel. East Wing, because I still need more options. Kitchen, commissary, parlor, all of these are dead ends. Only one box is true. The black box contains the gems. The blue box contains the gems. If you're lying and then you're true. Only one box is true. That is a definitive true statement. There is no guarantee that you are true. So if you're lying, then you're lying, and that also means that you would contain them. So that got me nowhere. Greenhouse. I don't like that I'm like already at a dead end. Greetings from Reddington. I'm still wondering like why that's here. I guess I take the Nook. I have to take the hallway, because otherwise it's just, I have nothing. Cloister smarter. That one has a security door. That one goes left, that one goes right. What's this way? Another thing I was also trying to do is get, like, the pump room and, like, another room. But I can't remember what that other room was. I think I already went through these. Yeah, I already went through all the books. That one I need a key card. Courtyard, because I just need the space. Random gymnasium. I still don't know what I can do with that vault key, but I would probably need the bank room for it. Walk-in closet, billiards room. Take the walk-in closet because that's a dead end. 3. Where's the fourth one? Oh, the salt. Nothing. No shoes either. I already feel this run going bad. Huh? Oh. Okay. This might still turn into something. Five. 3 times 3 is 9. No. 3 plus 1 is 4. 4 times 4 is 16. 4 times 4 16. No. 5 times 5 is 25. Minus 20 equals 5. 2 times 2 is 4. Times 20 is 80. 80 divided by 10 is 8. 8 divided by 8 is 1. All that for 2 keys? Whatever. I'll take this because then this leads back into the foundation. I'm not buying any of that. Not yet. So where do you lead? Where? Not on the map. It's another upgrade desk. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Wait, this has a basement door too? I guess this is how I also get here. Yeah, because the only way that I would be able to move the reservoir is if I filled up the fountain and then put some of that water elsewhere, but where... Okay. Okay, so at least now I have like a secondary... understanding, I guess. There's gonna be a test, because I don't know if it means that I'm gonna have to get to this back wall multiple times to access this, but then it also means that I need a door at this point. Because then I do that, I can lower that, but then after I get to the antechamber, I can go back here instead of going all the way out. So then the only thing that really matters is proximity to the foundation. Okay, so I can at least work with that. Kennel, I have to use the kennel. It's the only one that goes directly across. Still don't know anything about the tiger. Can also buy this now. One coin. I'm already, like, losing more than half of my... I've already lost more than half of my steps. Drawing room, passage, guest bedroom. I forgot to take the passage because I can at least get to a hallway. Swing hallway or the aquarium. Or just the hallway. I'll take the hallway. Dark room, conference room. Oh, this one has a window. After meeting adjourns, take all the conference notes and place them in the office safe. this one's red. I need to check if I even put this in my notes. Because there was the note in the conference room, not a conference room, the security room, that the red notes should not be trusted because they were written by somebody. Safe code 9083. I'm noting that that is in red. Okay. After meeting adjourns, takes all conference notes and place them in the office safe. I will also note that the conference notes are in the office safe. Aquarium, guest bedroom, dark room. Take the aquarium, even though I'm running dangerously low on gems right now. Drawing room. I'd rather the drawing room right now. Passageway, pantry, guest bedroom. Let's redraw this. All of these. Please do not put salt on the banana. I guess I check what's in the conference room. And that's brick. Whatever. This isn't even one of the days that I wanted anyway. I wanted to get the schoolhouse. At least now, Garden Inn of Prayers. At least now know one new thing about the foundry and about the room that's to its back. Or at least that I need a doorway to its back, and on top of that there is another entrance to the underground from there. Where that door actually leads, I don't know. All I know is that it leads downstairs, and that's where I want to be. schoolhouse. Or B. Is there anything of note in here? Still don't know where that last brazier is, but I assume it's probably underground. Either way. I can at least get a move on with the thing that I actually wanted to do. Because I'm also basically going to need to draft each of the schoolrooms when I get them. So I can't really care about practicality for them. This box contains the gems. This box does not contain the gems. The other two boxes are true. I think the answer was you. Yeah, you're lying, but then you have the gems in you. Still don't know what this is, but it means that I would have to make it all the way to the end. Yeah, each of these require a gem. So grade 1. I think this is meant to teach me about the stuff for the parlor. Where it's just like, okay, if this is true and this is true and then this is right and then this is right. I think it's teaching you about a logic problem. So that one's done and dealt with. But then I also need to make sure that I keep getting gems. At least make sure that I have a way to keep going forward. Because I'm going to need gems in order to keep drafting more rooms. In order to keep drafting more classrooms. Patio. Chapel. I need as much coverage as possible. And you're connected to a red room. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bedroom. That means I need to avoid spending as many gems as possible while maximizing the amount that I get. Car keys. Wine cellar. I'll take that, because I need the gems. Alright, and that also means that I don't ever have to come back there here again. Not opening that with a key. Cool, I would have almost bricked already. Commissary, patio. I think I'll take the commissary. Just in the event that I need. Gem, salt shaker, sledgehammer, metal detector. Here I can get the west wing hallway. Get the most bang for my buck out of this. Or not. Whatever. This thing wants me to keep getting dead ends. Magnifying glass and metal detector. Could have sworn I had down a note for one of the other ones. Okay. Classroom. This is the math one. This teaches me about the... What was it? The billiard room. Oh, I'd only need to turn it once. Okay, good to know. Eight is still sideways here. Not there. Go down again. Since I don't really have a reason to go through the bouteau. Do I have magnifying glass? I do. So I'll pick this up. Kitchen, observatory. I'll take the observatory. Drawing room. Can I rotate this? Not the direction I wanted it. Nor this one. Ugh, but I'll take it. Ballroom. Whenever you enter the ballroom, set the gems to 2. That one I could really use. But I need the space. I need the space more than anything else. So I can worry about that later. Classroom, and it'll also turn me right. Okay, this one's the chemistry room. Yeah, the periodic table of elements. Use the elements below to form the answers into each question. H2O in liquid state is called WETERER. H2O in solid state is called H2O in gaseous state is called air, I think. Like with the ER? Yeah, this is the gimmick for the room. Tear, drop, ice, water. This is the correct. Wait, no. In a gaseous state, it's called ICE. Yeah, you're using the letters from up here. This is the one that's correct. It's called water. ICE. This one is called gas, but this is incorrect because there is no G up here. So yeah, that's the gimmick for the science room, and I already solved it. Gaseous state is called Miss Peterson. See me after class. So yeah, this one I already figured out. I'll keep redrawing. Laboratory. One I could want, but not one that I want right now. Office. But that takes too many gems. Ballroom, but that's not a good spot for it. Well, no, it might be. Point-wise, it's going to be expensive, but like... Because now I'm set at 2. Movement-wise, it's going to be expensive. Music sheets. I don't know. I don't know what I need to do here. All I know is that I needed this here. But now I need to worry about steps. But that's also why this is next to the dining room. So now I need to worry about keys. Because now with something like this, I can set that up. Go back, step in, set that, come back. That just ate a bunch of my movement. But now I have access to 2 ways going north. Do I have the kennel? No. Laundry room, guest bedroom, courtyard. Courtyard's better. Now I need a key card. Office, Bordeaux, dark room. I don't like it, but I can make this work in a way. But it also means that I'm kind of locked off from like any progress for right now. So I'm gonna make another trek back to the ballroom. Because, like, I either lose a bunch of steps or, like, I get it, or I break here anyway. So, whatever. Take it to... Can't see anything. Key. Gem requirement. And I bricked. Unless there's a key card in here. Lucky. Give me the coins. The drop-off address is 1427 Sandy Heights, a small garage on the south side of Twinsdale. The goods are already secure in the trunk. Just unload. I've seen Sinclair's schedule. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery. Still don't know what any of that is. Back through here. Key card. Kitchen's the only one. Extra for the trophy room. I can't afford to go back. And that's bricked. Yeah, because one, good morning, Alina. Two, yeah, I can't stream as long as like I'm constantly doing, as long as like my D&D campaign is going on Saturday, like it's just not worth streaming for only 3 hours and then going into D&D for like 5 to 6. Like I just can't, I can't do that. And so I moved what is usually on Saturday to here. If I get like a few more bad runs, I might just switch over to Endfield. Just because I've been thinking about my factory and I want to switch things around in there. Neither of these are things that I want, but I can take the shelter at least. I can take this. Cause like, I'm making a lot of genuine headway in Enfield, and I'm liking the way that I'm starting to kind of set up my factories. Because now I'm at a point where I have a bunch of the upgrades, so I need to make consistently like at least like 500k a day. So then that means I need to streamline a lot of what I'm doing. 1, 2, 3, I'll take this. It's not like it's mandatory for anything, but it'll be easier when I explain it. Because all I'm really kind of doing here anyway is just kind of like shuffling through and looking for I have like a few small goals to look for specifically. Not in this box. They're in a black box. The white box is true. Not in this box. This box, and you're lying. If you're true, then you're true. Which means you can't be true. I did this one before. Means that you can't be true and you can't be true, which means that you have to be true. Or not. I'm tired. Corridor. It's the only one that lets me keep moving. Give me this. All of these suck. Just take this then. And this is my only real progress for moving ahead. Well, no, there's also the courtyard, but that's separate. Give me this. I don't want to spend on the passageway immediately. Relatively sleepy. More so, different type of exhaustion, I'll say. That's the first red room. Okay, this I can maybe get something. I think I'll wait. Because I need to get, like, 2 specific rooms in that. Kind of 3. So I'll wait to see if I can get rerolls. Drawing room, billiard room. I have to use it here. Yep, then this way. I do. And that's why I'm like being very careful about when I can use those. Give me 2 of these. This one I cannot use here. Which means I have to use one of these. Which means I now have 2 rerolls to get one of the 2... one of the 2 rooms that I need to have directly connected to this. Nope. Nope. None of the ones I needed. Then I'll put this here. Are there dice or like anything that I can take in here that's useful? Nope. I'll take the chapel then. Because then I'm not losing coins going through here. Library, billiard room, lavatory. I'd rather just do that so I can get rid of the dead end. That's a long walk to go back to the commissary. Because what is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I really want to lose 7 steps for that and then I have to walk back? The answer is no. And did not get the rooms I needed. So then the mini goal of doing something with the boiler room is now locked out. Because then I also can't really do anything with this. And I don't want to use this because then that would also throw me off from using it for another day. I'm trying to get that one to line up with the laboratory. With the laboratory, and I also need that to line up with the boiler room. That one also needs a key card. I also could have really used this earlier. Blue memos equals true, red memos equals lies. Yeah, I already know that. Is there anything useful here? Still can't figure out what the terminal password is. In fact, the first week of December payroll, two of the terminals can be found in security. Any question, concern, be regarded to manager, our house manager, Miss Babbage. Terminal password. Still can't figure out what that is. I can't go that way because I need a key card. All of these are just going to lock me in some way. I'll take this. Like, just being able to deduce it from, like, the scribbles. Where am I going? That's the wrong way. If I had the magnifying glass, I could probably deduce it, but like, I can't make heads or tails of that. I can't make heads or tails of the middle of it, but I can see the middle of it. Unless the flat terminal password is Sinclair. I wrote down the names somewhere. Just to make sure that I'm even spelling it right. Yeah, no. place I can go left is the room that's by the... No, I don't even have access to the Foundation. It's just through the observatory. And that's locked, so no, that's bricked. No classroom. Has to be detecting that's not the gems. Oh. Parlor. Gems are in the blue box. The gems are... The true boxes are empty. False boxes are true. That is true. That is false. True boxes imply that 2 of the boxes are true. The gems are in the blue box. The false boxes are true. Gems are in the blue box. The true boxes are empty. But if you're true, you're true. And the false boxes are false, so you'd be lying. Ugh. It failed the last one, but I think that's because, like, The true boxes are both empty. There's only one that is guaranteed true. The gems are in the blue box. And the false boxes are both true. There's only one box that is true. There's guaranteed one box that is true, and there's guaranteed one box that is lying. The gems are in the blue box. The true boxes are both empty. The false boxes are both true. So, using this as a baseline, if the false boxes are true, if this is a true one, then it's implying that both of these are false. If this is false but true, then the gems are in the blue box. If this is false but true, then that means that both the true boxes are both empty, which means that you would be empty, but if you were true, then that means that you would also be telling the truth. That if that's true, then all of them would be speaking truth. But that's not how the rules are. One of them has to be lying. So you can't be right. So the false boxes have to be false. The true boxes are both empty, can be true. You can be true. The gems are in the blue box. That is the only one that is making a statement. So it's mainly a dance between these two. The gems are in the blue box. If you're true, then they're in there. If you're false, then they're not in the blue box. But if the blue box is true, then that means that both true boxes are both empty. Which, if that is true, would mean itself. And then it would mean this. The gems are in the blue box. If they're both true, but then you're false. Because the third box doesn't need to be true or false, this one has the highest likelihood of being true. So if both the true boxes are both empty, that means that you are false. It would mean that you're empty, and it would also mean that you're empty. But then that would also imply that you're true, which means that the gems would be in the blue box. But if you're speaking true and then they're both empty, then that can't be true, and then you also can't be true. But then if you're the other one that is true, then you would also be empty, but that would mean that both boxes are both, that false boxes are both true. False boxes are both true. You're trying to inverse everything, so you can't be true. The true boxes are both empty. That one can be a true. Because there can be two true boxes. So you have to be true. The true boxes are both empty. So then which one would be the lying box? Because if you're true, then the gems are in the blue box. But if the blue box is telling truth, then it can't be true. So then there wouldn't be gems in there. So if you're lying, the false boxes are both true. So you'd be false. I think it's in the white one. The true boxes are both empty. The hardest part is that these two diametrically oppose one another, and then this one doesn't feed into it at all. Because both of these imply that one of the other ones is true. False boxes are both true. The true boxes are both empty. So if the blue one is true, then that means the gems are in the black box. And I think the blue one has to be true. The true boxes are both empty, which means that you would be empty, but then you can't be true. But if that's true, then that means that there's another true box. Because that would imply that you're also true, which implies that the false boxes are both true. No, these verify each other. Because I was thinking that they would apply to one another, but no, if they apply to each other, it means the true boxes are both empty. That means that you're empty. That means that you're also empty. Because it also means that the false boxes are both true. That means that these would be the two false boxes, and they're both true. There is logical consistency between these two. You're the one that is lying that is inconsistent, And if that is true, then that means that the true boxes, blue and white, are both true, and they would be empty. So then which one was this? It might have been the white one. That's 2 in a row now that I've gotten wrong. It's the double negative that makes that one like really tricky. I don't want to use this one, and I don't want to use this one here. I don't want to use any of these. Cool. The double negative makes both of them like makes that one like really tricky. You. Courtyard, pantry. I'll take the courtyard because otherwise I'm kind of stuck. And then that one's also just a dead end. I'll take the storeroom because I need the key. Hi, Saidaku. This run is ass. There's something here. Go left. Pantry is gonna go up. Bedroom is gonna go down. Dude. This one sucks. I have to use this one. I just burnt through all the gems that I had. All right. I don't have any gems. I have to use this. One shot them? No. There's no way I can finish 4 or 5. I can't finish 4 and 5 in one sitting. Those games are way too long. This entire lower quadrant is just completely off to me right now. I can start 4 and 5. But like 4, 5, and 6 are gonna be the ones that I'm probably just gonna be playing for like a majority of the month. 4, 5, and 6. And then I can figure out what I can play in between those. Utility closet, study, observatory. Because then this door is still locked and I can't... I have to open it if I get through. That wasn't the one that led to the foundation. Of course not, because that's the open door. Or not. Foyer takes 2 gems, and I don't have that. Car keys. 20. 5 times 5 is 25, minus 15 is 10. $11. Is it supposed to be -8? -8. Ooh, okay. Hang on, because that is a negative. That would be negative. But is that to be... Okay. 11 minus 8. 11 minus 8 is 3. 3 times 3 is 9. Okay, so that's right. 13 minus 10 is 3. 3 times 3 is 9. So that, yeah, that's then at the end of the operation. Commissary, maze chamber. Okay. Great Hall has the right... So now I know all 3 rooms that have the entrance to the antechamber. Okay. What do you mean? And, like, I can't do anything here even. My best hope is that the bunk room has a key and that I can use that to head south to the foundation. But then even if I do that, there's nothing here that I can do. I'm gonna give this one more run. No. No classroom. I'll go back through the other rooms. The white box is true. The other two boxes are false. The other two boxes are empty. These two negate each other. The other two boxes are empty. You would be true. The other two boxes are false, then this one is saying that the white box is true. That means that if this one is true, then that means that this one is false. But if that's false, then this one is false. But if you're true, that would account for this one being false and for this one being false. Pantry, corridor, chapel. Let's do corridor. Alright. Commissary, kennel. Commissary, because if I can just buy a shovel, then I'll worry about the kennel later. Her ladyship's chamber. Still need a key for that I don't know where to get from. I want to see if I can make my way back to the den. Or not. And then that one has a key card. Guest bedroom. Head down to the den at this point. I'll open this at the very least. Look at the mailroom. It's a utility. When did you send this? Also, going up there in that big house, I think most people would be pretty scared of being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. Imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I want to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it's a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate, but with all the preparations, I'm not sure I'm going to find the time. So much I want to say, I'm sure I'm forgetting to tell you. Friday night, sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a billet case. Hold on a sec, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think I might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know that Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you, and I know from our conversations just how much happiness the final project brought them, so do us both a favor, be excited. The house really is amazing. I know it's almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions whenever we say farewell. Later, alligator. Get some sleep each night. Don't spend all your time playing dirigiblocks. That thing also had scribbles on it. Now I have to go all the way back to the den because I have no other option. I can't choose the kennel. And all these doors are locked. So it's the Great Hall. Chamber of Mirrors. You're new. What? That one. Has to be you. This is a raw 50-50. Well, 30-20. 30-70. It was 33-66. I have to pick the East Wing hallway. That leads here. Oh, that room's weird, but I think I get it. Oh, no key. I'm gonna just have to go back and dig up, like, literally everything and see if I can grab a key anywhere. Then that opens on that side. Nothing in here. Nothing here. And nothing here. I'm gonna switch to Enfield. Like... yeah, factory better. I can only now play that in very short bursts. I can only play that now in very short bursts before I get very upset. Oh, I forgot that I had to move myself over. Like, I was hoping... I was hoping it wouldn't hit me as bad, but no, it still is. That's why I was trying to like do like small goals. That's why I wanted to do the classrooms, because I want to get the classrooms, because I feel like if I can understand like a few more of the puzzles, like I'd be set for that. Because like the goal of that session, it's taking Enfield like a sec to open. The goal of that session was I want to see if I can get the classrooms. If I can get the classrooms, see like just get as many of the classrooms as I can. See like I wanted to find explanations or like tutorials for puzzles that I did not know I should have been looking for, or something to point me in the right direction of like, oh, that is actually a puzzle. Like that's kind of what I wanted. The backup to that was trying to aim for like the boiler room, so I can put that next to something like the put that next to the pump room, figure out like stuff I can do with the reservoir. But then I got the boiler room, but then I didn't get anything I wanted next to it. But then I got the pool, and then I got the room that was supposed to be next to the boiler room there. The only bit of progress that I made there was like rolling down whatever the thing was for the foundation. But like I don't like feeling like so much of my progress is entirely chance dependent. I hate that feeling. I hate that feeling. Like I think the puzzles are really fun. The puzzles are really fun. I actively enjoy solving the puzzles. I want to get to the puzzles. I don't want to be rolling through... I don't want to be rolling through, like, card decks and just praying that I don't get bricked. Like, that is a very me thing. And it's funny seeing that, because, like, yeah, haha, like, going from, like, oh, you don't like chance-based things, why are you playing gacha? None of this factory is chance-based. Um,
Originium will carve a path for us.
yeah, you can share Strive top 8 in there.
I hate
Speaking
fools who like to micromanage. Thank goodness you're not one of them.
speaking of chance base, I did roll for Levitain after I found out. Voiced by Kira Buckland. So I rolled for her and I got her. Even if I didn't get her, that wasn't gonna stop me from playing the game because I already still have like a team that I like. But yeah, oh, I can show off what I was actually like mentioning before. This is the price of everything at the stock redistribution when everything's up to 5. And then these reset weekly, presumably. This is for weapon engraving. I don't have an immediate use for this right now because I don't know. Because I'm not really pushing for that. But oh, that's good. This would be useful. These are just like useful consumables for different things. But like the main thing is going to be this thing. This is going to be the main thing so that I can like help make my character stronger. But this costs nearly $1 million. This costs nearly $1 million stock bills. And I still want to get the rest of these things. These things are 600k per piece. But then these like are for faster consumption of things when you're using your sanity. Because sanity does not come back at the end of the day. It won't all come back at the end of the day. So that's why like these sanity injectors are very valuable. And then anything that helps boost that is like also very helpful. Yes. Why is my Originium so low? Oh, it's because I'm making Origo Crest. But like when that stops, then that'll go back up to normal. Because where's my income report? Currently in the red because I was buying stock redistribution. That was also in the red. This one was at least positive. But I also didn't do my depot notes today, so I can still have a chance of turning that back. But yeah, I'm trying to improve my production so I'm not using as many of these in the same spot. Because I can have a consistent amount of both of these. That's fine. All the seeds and the stuff I'm planting, that is also fine. That I do not need to care about. I'm trying to use Morpharium. This I have something that's just kind of going to drain it. Dense Farium powder I want to make more of. Steel I am consistently making a good supply of. Because that also comes from the dense Farium. So that goes in here. I'm using 2 pieces of steel for the module so I can make these. Ooh, this is so ahead that now this is here. Which makes me very curious how I could increase production on this. Because I'm also at the point where these fill up so high that it's not worth trying to upgrade all of them. It is better off, like, kind of rotating them throughout multiple days. Because these won't cap by the end of a day. So it means that as long as I have a decent enough production, I can keep selling to the ones that will give me the most bang for my buck for like whatever ones that I'm making. Anything else that is smaller that I'm not using is just additional supplemental income. which means I want to maximize the value that I'm getting out of the ones that I can sell for 70, which means I want to make as many of these as possible. But then, while I'm also doing that and my space is limited, I still want to prioritize being able to make the side thing so I can still make a decent amount of money. Even though this one should get the priority, but because the stock bills are a little bit lower, I'm not stressing about it too much. But that'll fix the more that I'm trading, and then the outpost prosperity will go up. Because having that constantly cycled means that I can go to the stock redistribution and get something actually useful out of it. Like one of these. But now I'm back down to 34k. So the main thing that I wanted to really do was fix the production here, because I don't think that this is really effective. Because I want to be able to turn a lot of this initial base into making more of the raw resources. Well, not necessarily raw resources, but I can turn like the Ferium unloaders into a production line so that I could get Ferium out of that, and then from there I can put those elsewhere, and just kind of create a supply line. Because right now I have way too much of a stockpile of stuff like Ferium and Amethyst Fiber, of which I'm not really doing anything with, and I can't really sell them. Well, no, I can put them in for... not redistribution, I can put them in for the depot node. Also gain more for doing the fragile ones. No, I can't. They can only use select ones. And like I already have so much of a surplus of like certain ones that I might as well just put these here. Put this here. Again, because this is a surplus of things that I can't really use currently. Or at least that I don't really need. Different locations will also have different delivery points. What about you? You're like slightly further, but you get... there's no difference between these two. Because currently my thing also messing up with the... you give me more money. And you're also a much shorter trip. Going delivery must be finished first. Finish the ongoing delivery. Oh, because I started the... because I started this one. Light goods. These can be anything. But the funds for that is so low that it doesn't matter. This one goes from there to there, so I can do that after. But once I get better at doing that, then I can also start setting up a lot more zip lines, because I haven't been able to really do that because my energy consumption is so damn high. So yeah, the thing that I want to do here is completely shift where my production focus is. Or at least shift my production focus for these things, because it's not worth it. It's not efficient what I'm doing here. The Ferium powder is nice. Everything here is pointless. So I'd rather fix this. Because doing that will also help my energy consumption, which is a very big problem. Because I don't need this here. Because that's going fine. That can keep going. This can keep going. Seeds are fine as they are, even if they are kind of like taking up a little bit much in terms of my power. Still, that only saved me about like 2k. But doing that stuff, because like, it took me a sec to like realize how much. Yeah, because this takes 50 in terms of like for my power grid. But then a packing unit is just 20. So the more efficient that I can be about my factory while also being more efficient about my energy means that I can save more originium, and then I can also start using that energy for things like actually setting up zip lines and other things. Because right now I have basically the max that I can do of everything that I can mine here. The downside of that being I literally have more amethyst than I know what to do with. So I'm trying to figure out how to be more efficient about how I use that. The answer is that I have to turn a lot of the stuff here in this main base. The idea is that I want to turn this main base into not necessarily a support factory, but something that can... This has the most space to use more of the raw materials in an interesting way, and then send that to the other bases. It's like, let me see if I can... Let me see if I can go to another base and like give an example. You. Because I'm trying to use you for batteries. Because I want this place mostly to be the one that's making batteries. It's probably not going to be making a lot of batteries, but it's still going to be making some. And right now, there's too much space being taken up by using raw materials, because I also need originium for these. Because I need originium, and I need to shred it, because then that goes into the packing unit. But then I also still need ferrium to go into here. But then I also need another thing from a grinding unit to go into here to make a battery, and then that goes into here, and then I'm good. However, I need 15 dense originium, which means I need a lot more... I need a lot more of this. So I would effectively need to double this, double the production essentially of this. And it's either, hey, do I just keep putting 2 loaders here, or do I try to fit multiple other loaders so that it can go directly into the grinding unit, because then that can help speed up the production of the batteries. My production line, or the issue that I'm having, is that my production is too far in the back. It's starting from too far back, and I'm spending way too much power getting it to here. Like, I should just be having the sandleaf powder instead of worrying about having the sand leaf and then putting it through the shredder and then going through here and then going into the battery. Because that's just adding a bunch of steps and slowing down production. It's stopping production from being faster than what it could be. Which would also mean that I'd be better off making a fitting unit kind of like its own thing, separate from the refining unit. Because there's limited space that I can use here, so I have to use it as efficiently as I can. And I think I'm in a good enough spot now, like here. This is a very good example. I have too many amethyst parts, because I'm not using it to make amethyst batteries, or things that use amethyst for the batteries. which means I effectively just have a surplus. But they also only cost 1 unit price. So it's basically the exact same as a Rego Crust. If it's the exact same as the Rego Crust, then I should be making more of these because I can stockpile these higher than I can stockpile the Rego Crust. And it's using Amethyst, which I'm not using for anything else really. So that should be my new that should be my new like baseline income. So that means the thing that I'm doing at my home base is kind of pointless. At least the thing I'm doing with the Eureka Cross, because then that's just using more than I can really afford to. So I can afford to get rid of that now. So I don't need 2 of you, but having 1 of you, or at least a consistent source of you, is helpful. So that way I'm not running out of Originium. But then I still have to make sure that I have enough Eureka Crusts for like actually making stuff, and I think that's fine. I'm smart enough for this. Because I'm making that and I'm stockpiling it, but what's the point in stockpiling it if I'm just going to send it elsewhere anyway? So what I should be doing is connecting that to this. And if I'm connecting that to this, then that means I also still need to make a line of Ferium that can be ground into powder so it can go directly into the grinding unit. So what I should be doing is moving this actually. Or at the very least, I should move this. Because now I can move this here. Trying to think. Because then I wouldn't need production to be as high, and if I don't need production to be as high, then I also don't need as many of these, which means I get to save a lot more in power. What is my steel production like? What's my stockpile on steel? Because I'm gonna turn it off for a bit. Oh, it's fine. It's overproduction. So I can move this. Can move that here and be fine. You get to move. Because the goal is to use the grinding unit. Can at least send that into there for right now. Because in order to make the dense Ferium powder, I need 2 Ferium powders for every 1 sand leaf. So I can also move this. So... And the way that I get Farium powder is through a refining unit. And so if these are all starting from the raw material, then they can all start with Farium. Mainly using this as like a small kind of starting point example. So... Farium, Farium, Farium. Alright. It's also better if I just have this here, because that gives me more space when it comes to making this entire line. But if I'm doing this... And I only need one sand leaf. I'm going to try cutting off this production for a sec. I have to make sure that that's all still connected. Can move that there so that's still doing something. But then... Then I can move this here. Then what I should do is change the direction that these are facing. But then this is blocking where this is going. But does that matter? Because if I can put that here... So those can all start refining. I'm wondering if I can put a stash here. Because if I can, that can give me one thing to stash Farium. That can give me multiple things to stash Farium. Because again, I only need... I would need 2 shredders. But if I put a third... I can make that connect and go into there. Because I still need 2 to go into here. Because if I do this... and put this here. Lower this. Now, whoops. Instead of just making a stockpile of these, I can have one go through a shredder. That goes in here. Those go in here. The only two that are unpowered is that one. Or those two. Because then those can go in here. Actually, I can move this down a little bit. That goes here. And then these go here. And now, I am making consistent dense ferrium powder. Just for the time being. I'm gonna connect that there. So now I have that consistently going. And I have ferrium, and I also have ferrium powder being sent to a stockpile here. I'm trying to think. Because this is like the highest that I can have this, and this is the furthest to here that can still cover this. Because that part I can adjust depending on, like, my needs. Because I kind of want to move this, because if this is still just going to go here... I kind of want to move this a little bit closer. Because then this way... I can make this a little bit nicer. But then an important part comes from the fact that I have to keep using ferrium, and I need to keep using ferrium powder, because if that ever overcaps, then that means that that production line stops. So these will keep going consistently. That'll keep sending stuff. And then now I have more space to put you here, and to put you here, which makes that a little bit nicer. But then, if I don't need all that space, then I can move this back here, move this here. Whoops. And connect those there. And that increases my dense ferrium powder to the point where I'm making where now I have stuff like in storage. And then that can be used elsewhere for other important things like making batteries. So I might do that here on this wall, at least for right now, to make ferrium. But because I also have this here, I can immediately use this dense ferrium powder and refine it. Because hey, if I'm putting all this stuff here anyway, and like it's just gonna be used to refine it, because literally what else am I gonna use it for? Because the only thing I can do with it is refine it into steel. So there's no point in the production line ending here. So what I should actually be doing is just making it connect to this. Because then I'm just cutting out the middleman of where this is going to go anyway. And because this translates at a ratio of 1 to 1, then I still get 1 steel per each one of these that I'm making. And as long as this stays in equilibrium, which it has to, because one plant makes 2 seeds, and then 1 seed goes here, 1 seed goes out, 1 seed comes here, then I get 2, then 1 in here, 1 goes in there, 1 goes in there. So that's continuously happening. I don't need to worry about this at all. This is self-sustaining. Why are you get sleepy? I also just have a stockpile of Ferium. So I can just throw this in here. Because if I do that, then there might be a slight clog. But I have a bunch going in here because I can use the... Because I can use the Ferium powder for grinding units. And as long as I have a consistent flow of them, and a consistent stockpile, and as long as I keep using them, then I can shorten the production line of this. I can shorten the production line going from going from this to just being the powder. And if that shortens to just being the powder, then that also means that any excess of these that I got, any of the excess plants that I'm getting from stuff like this, can just immediately be sent into the shredder and then sent here. That way I'm still saving on power, I'm still making steel at a consistent ratio, and then I don't need to worry about anything. Alright. And because steel can be used for many different things, I can make it for a fitting unit or I can make it for a molding unit, which means I want to increase my steel production. Or at least my goal is to increase my steel production here. So then, how do I do? Means that I should move... Actually, I can put that into practice now. Yeah, because that's not... then it's clogging and that's slowing stuff down. Because I still have a stockpile on Sandleaf. So, put Sandleaf here. Because then I don't need to worry about making growers for it. Is that really the only thing that's getting powered by that? If it is, then that can go here. That goes into the shredder. This line moves from there to here. You go into the shredder. You instantly go into the shredder. Power moves to being here. Grinder moves to here. This can instantly go in here. And then this can cut out a bunch of the middleman, because I have a bunch of Fairy and Powder already, and it just goes straight into here. So that way I'm not making another shredder, but what I am making still gets something useful. Effectively, it's just sending the stuff from here directly to here. I'm wondering. No, because that has to be there. But if that's here, that means that everything here gets powered, which means I only need to worry about everything vaguely here. Which means that this is safe. I'm wondering. No, because I do need to stockpile of Farium, because I still need it for... Because I need it for either a gearing unit, a molding unit. I can use it for a fitting unit, a shredding unit, gearing unit, or molding unit. So I have use for this as the raw material. This is also useful as the raw material, because this is going to immediately go into here. Which again just goes into a refining unit. This goes directly into a refining unit. And then both contribute to my steel production. And then from there, I can use that steel for various things. And still, my Farium production is growing. My Farium powder is going slightly down. So I need to slightly increase production of it. But that's kind of literally the point of this entire factory. And then this gets to continuously grow, and then I can use that for something else. Steel is going to be in that same scenario where I need to use it for something, and it's probably going to be steel bottles. Because then if I can get better at producing the steel bottles, and if I can make that faster, then I can start using that to make the medicine better, or I can use that to make faster and better medicine. So that's all going this way. Then I can change this to being here. Okay, then that's working. Wondering if I should just move this over to the side. This is also sending stuff directly. Do I need more? Because that's sending more of the stockpile. Slowing the bleeding, but I don't really need it. Sending these two directly into the same shredder is pointless. All that does is slow down production. All that's making is... Because that's the grinding unit, so it's making dense Farium powder. So I still need a little bit... I need a little bit of a higher yield so that I'm not using more than what I'm producing. At least for right now. Because that's going straight from the flour. So... Move that here and replicate the production line. Or at least for right now, because I have a lot of sand leaf powder. I'll do that directly. To move these two here. Move the refining units. So these can move over to the side a little bit more. Directly into the shredder. Directly into the shredder. I'll move this over slightly. Whoops. That goes in here. That goes in here. Whoops. And that's making grinding units. Temporarily, I'll do this for now. Because then that's making more steel. So that's almost that I can lean that over. That's almost I can lean that over. That's almost I can lean that over. So the only real difference that I can do is move this here. Let's either move that there or move that here. But I think this is still fine. Because that's using the last one of there that I can do. It's also pushing it as far to the side as possible so that I can keep getting this. Whenever there's a stop, whenever there's like a stopgap here, then that means that these can keep making. So I think it's still mostly fine. And the only real cause for the space here is because this has to line up with this, and this has too much space, and I can't go here because a lot of this stuff can go directly into the potastash, and having this here makes it as close as possible to the grinding unit. Which means that I'm slightly dependent here on sandflower production, sand leaf production, but as long as I have something that is at least sending one while the rest are still being used like in that kind of, in this type of equilibrium, then I'm fine. Which means that this can be here and that's not gonna impact anything. Which also means that this now has space. There's space here, but for what? I don't know. But also because these production lines are now heavy, as in there's like a lot more steel coming in. A lot more. That also means I'm gonna have to start using it more, which means I can either start using it for something here, and because there's no real space down here, it means that it would connect with whatever I'm making down in the PAC here. Which means I can devote one of these refinings to something else, which would actually tie in well to the fact that I have my own citrum stuff here. Which means I can change where this is and where this leads. I can lead that here. I might have something here. Because right now, I have a good amount and I'm yielding more than I'm losing. Hopefully. Vaguely. Vaguely. Because I can either use 2 of them here, because if I do that... Because if I make 2 of them here and make a molding unit... Then line that up with a filling unit. Put that in line with a shredder. No, but I don't know if I need a... I would. This would need to be ground. Ground citron powder. I'm thinking. I have the space for it. Because I can put this here, put this here. I'm moving that. Stash that. Move that here, move that here, then that's into the molding unit. Then I would have to move this. I'd also have to change the direction of this. Kind of. Maybe. Because this can go either left or right. So if it goes right, then I can send it here. Which means this can still stay at the wall. It'd be a really tight fit. But this can sit at the wall. Ooh, yeah, it would be a tight fit, but I can make it work. Because the projection lines for this would have to change anyway. So let me move this. Stash this. Let me move this temporarily. I might also just end up reordering. Yeah, worst comes to worst, I just have to move this back, but whatever. Same kind of setup. Yeah, because then that becomes cleaner. So then I move that here. Can move the shredding unit here. No, it might be better if I move the shredding unit up here. It would be. So if I do this... do this. Move the shredding unit here. Well, I can move it here. Put another shredding unit here. Because then they can go together. Then that can get put into a grinding unit. Power is like getting very dangerous right now. But it's also because I haven't really messed with the other facilities. Because I just need 10 bottles. And then 10 of the ground citron powder. Which means I can put that here, put that here. Then that's fine. I can move this here. Put that here. Because I would only need 2 of the citron, which I could get from here. Then I would be getting this down here. But I would need 2 shredding units because that would be more efficient than whatever this is right now. Let me stand up for a sec, because I think I sat through my last break. Okay. So then if I'm doing it like this, then I should switch this around, actually. Because now that I have that, I can also move these slightly further down. Slightly. I can actually move this down here. Actually, because if this is going to be here anyway. I'm trying to think of a way that makes this clean. Because this doesn't need to be directly here. So if I put this here, that can go there. I can have this here. Because the filling unit just needs, as long as it gets the 2, then it's fine. It doesn't matter about the space that it needs. Which means I can move this here. And then I can flip these. Which means I can put a shredding unit here. Or I move this by 1. Move you over by 1. No, I would need to move you over by 2. So then I can do this. I can do this. Then I can do this. I can move you over. There we go. So now I'm not only still stockpiling these, because what I was going to do effectively was just the same thing, but just sending them through elsewhere. But now I can just bake this directly into my production line. Because, okay. Because what happens here, wait, why is this going to 2? That's why. I think actually doing this would be fine. Yeah, because these are 1-to-1, so that's gonna get... These are gonna start oscillating soon. Wonder if it'd be cleaner just to put the shredder here, because I'm still making one anyway. Because if I do this, that goes here, that instantly goes in there, then I don't have to worry about that line getting weird. And then that's fine. And then if I need to make more, then I can put a shredder here, but I probably don't, so I just have that refined, and I have 1 shred, and then those 2 even out. Which then means I can move this over here for more space. I can move this over. I can move this over. And then that looks cleaner. Still kind of the peak of that production that I can make. Or, while I'm doing this, I can instantly put this in a refiner. And keep up my steel production. No, I made a flaw. Because I didn't need this here. I was overcomplicating the system. Because this is still only making 1 dense ruthenium. 1 dense ferrium. So if it still only takes 1 dense ferrium, then I can fix this. Whoops. I can push that there. Put that in here. Put that in here. Because I still need 2 steel to make 1 bottle. So then if I can increase the production of the bottles, then I can increase the production of this. That way, this starts constantly working. So that way that there's no lull, since it still needs 2. So all this, this entire setup here, with all these machines, is to speed up production of this. And the reason you do that is because these sell for 70. So it's way more worth it than whatever the production is to make these. But if you still have a stockpile of the raw materials, and you have enough batteries power, then it's still worth making those smaller ones so that you can keep selling them. And this takes like 10 seconds to make 1 anyway, so I have 10 bottles. And I can put this here. So I'm making roughly 10 per second. I'm making 1 per 10 seconds. Which means I'm making 6 per minute. Where are you? Currently the yield says 4. Rough estimate. Because this one's still falling a little. Because this still needs 2. Yeah, so it's only slow because this is slow, but if I can find a way of increasing the amount of citron powder that this one has, or this one gets. Oh no, damn, that's out. Yeah, because this one isn't dedicated to it getting that. It's kind of just also dedicated to self-preservation. But that's fine. I don't need production to be as fast as possible. It needs to just be stable. Because like with a system like this, it means that these are going to be safe. This is going to be safe. This is going to be safe. This is going to be safe because my Farium is too high to run out. But that means that it's a stable source of income. And on top of that, not a redistribution, not the depot node. Because this is 70 per unit, in comparison to the 27 for the canned Citrome, even if it takes twice as long, even if it took twice as long to get the Citrome, I'm still making more of a profit by making the A variants. That's the price discrepancy between the blue and the purples. So it's worth the extra power if it means that I can make these. The only time that would be an issue is if I have excess and I don't have money that would be worth it, or if I don't have anything that would be kind of worth using it on. But considering that I'm also using it for like a main kind of item, or that I'm using it for like a healing item for one of my units, then it's fine. Again, the goal is stability, not speed. You don't need to make too much. You don't need to make all your money instantly in order for it to be worth doing. So then I can also start moving this because I don't need these. Or at least I can just clean this up. Whoops. Slash that, slash that. That's gonna keep being a problem as long as I have an Originian. So this seems fine. I think I'd be better off moving this to the side here. But aside from that, I think it's fine. So let me do that. That keeps all those running. That is good to know. Move that here, move that here. This one was still Stanley powder. How do I make this work? How do I make this work in a way that doesn't look ugly? Because it's going to look bad slightly. But I'm fine with that. If I can at least make it look a little bit more presentable. Because then if I also need to turn this into space, or if I need to adjust this for different reasons, like I could turn this into Farium and then just put a shredder here. Because that way I'm not just using Nefarian powder. Which would actually allow me to use Farium powder elsewhere. So it might be better if I do this. So let me take this. Take everything here. Put a shredder here, because then that's in line with all of those, and then they can go here. So that way I have a reason. I have something that is sending directly Farium powder, Farium here. But then I also have something that I can just use powder for elsewhere, instead of having to turn an entire production line. Instead of having to turn it into an entire production line. Which then means I can move this here. Move you. Move you. Okay, that one's dependent on you. Which means I can move that here. Or I can move that there. That way it's at least like a little symmetrical. But then all this is still continuing at a consistent, stable rate. Okay, that completely changed my Farium production. Because then these still get to consistently have steel. Let me put these as my favorite. Farium powder. Now my dense Farium powder is still being used as much as it is being made. But now I still have a stockpile of steel. But now I have more production for the canned citrum, and I also have more production for the buck capsules. I still have not made any Crichton parts. But right now my biggest issue has kind of been my energy consumption, and so doing that fixes this. Doing this fixes that. And then I still have space here and something here and something here in case I want to do something else. If I ever want to do something else. So I still have a consistent output of citrum. That's why this one is slow. Because I don't have enough buck flour. Or at least I'm not making enough of the grounded buck flour. I can theoretically, the setup that I have here, I can do with this. Even if it is like a little bit elaborate. Oh, I don't need a pylon for that. Okay. It's gonna look messy and convoluted as hell, because it kind of is. I'm wondering Because maybe I don't need this where I thought it was. But maybe I could put all of this here. Because then I can move this and have this as a better spot. Like, let me move this first. Please, I need you. And you too. Please, I don't need you sleepy. I don't need you sleepy right now. Okay. It's not sending all stuff through here. But I want to basically rip this from here. And replicate it here. Oh, I'd have to take pieces of it at a time. Because I wouldn't need that. I would just want this. I'm gonna get rid of these first. Because that's actually just making steel. That's starting with just making steel. Trying to think, how do I make this more efficient? Because currently this is in the way. So let me get rid of this. Because I'm starting at the steel production here. So first things first, I'd actually should start with the fitting unit. Filling unit. Start back there. Actually, if I start from here, then I can do that. Oh, there's slightly more space. That's set up against the wall, which means that I should actually have this. No, don't move that. Which means I should have this moved here. Ooh, hang on. Because I'm turning this perpendicular. Because this is an adjustment to made because it's here, but if it's like focusing this way, then it could be a lot more linear. Which means starting from about like here. Starting here, all the smaller details I can work out later. If I do that, I'm instantly going to pop my power budget. But it wouldn't be as expensive if I just move things around. But on top of that, I can also increase my power budget now that I just have space for it. This also isn't even the way that it's supposed to be. Well, it's not the way that it's going to look. I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself, at least with this. Because this was supposed to just turn into a place where I can make raw materials. Because then I can use those raw materials on my other plants, and then those plants would be fine. Because all this still makes ferrium powder and just ferrium itself that I can use. And steel. Ad break coming up in a sec. Because I'm still making more ferrium powder than I'm using. But I can use that to my advantage to make certain things faster. So that's fine, that's fine. So funny because there's still a bunch of stuff that I haven't really done. I have a bunch of quests that I'm kind of just sitting on because I'm trying to make sure that like this is operating right. Yeah, because this is hella inefficient. Yeah, because I'll fix this. I think this part is still fine. Yeah, I still think this part's mostly fine, but this I have to adjust, and that I have to adjust because I only have one wall to work with here. But adds, so. Give me a sec to just like stand up and stretch my legs. Okay. Mm. This part can stay. This part I think I can organize better. This I definitely know I can organize better. Yeah, this entire place just feels super inefficient. Because I don't need to be using so many I don't need to be using as many of these anymore. Because I'm now making an excess of Fairy and Powder, which means I don't need to grind up as many. It's mainly going to come down to how I use this space. Because I can't move that any further. I can't move that any further because of the fence. Ugh. Whatever. I think if I turn this, if I rotate this, I can have this go through here and then that would be better. But I also just don't think I have the space for this. Because there's kind of just like a lot of space. But at the same time, there isn't a lot of space here. Because again, let me get rid of this. Because it's not worth the production lines for this. I don't know if this has any bottles still in it. It has Fairy in it. Quick stash on my extra stuff. Okay. Do I need to make more dense Fairy and powder? Also want to use more Fairy and powder. Farium I'm at an equilibrium for. So the sooner I can get these balanced, the better. Yield and usage. Okay. Okay. Buckflower I'm still yielding more than I'm using. Technically. That one's like hard to quantify because it's counting the like the productions. The God. And I can only have these this way. Because it's counting them and the planters. Which I think is silly, but whatever. So then what do I do here? Because I still kind of want this to be a greenery. So if that's the case, why don't I make the greenhouses like here? Because I still need... Because I'm using more buckflower and citrum than I'm making. So if I can make a stockpile of it... Well, Bachflower's at least turned around. But like if I can do that here in this bottom portion, have them kind of just fill up through here, then I can make something here that is productive. Something that's not going to use too much space, which means that I can't really use grinding units here. But if I can't use grinding units to make the products that I'm making here, then that means that I should be using amethyst here. Yeah, if the space is too tight, then I really shouldn't be using... No, I'm not going to store that immediately. Because, like, this space is, like, small. It is notably small. There still has a few in here that I can, like, finish. I'll let it do that. Same for you. So let those finish, but then I'm getting rid of the grinding units here. Because they kind of require way too much space. So if I'm using amethyst, what do I do? Let's see. What can I make with amethyst? I can refine it. Alright. So then this becomes my amethyst refining plant. That's only making ground buck... Wait, that's only making ground buck flower. Why were you just making ground buck flower? Why were you making only ground buck flower? Yeah, I'm adjusting things around. Because I need them to be... I need everything to be a lot more efficient. This is hopefully the last time I'm gonna end up doing this for my facilities, because I can't keep reshaping them like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they all have to be refining. Wondering. Trying to space this right. Refining, refining. Then you go here. Then you still go here. Then you go here. This is where we run into the problem. Okay. So the problem would be around here, which means that this gets to be whatever it wants to be. So no amethyst. So then what do I turn the amethyst into? Because the only thing I can do with it immediately is refine it. I'm also gonna have to fix that, but I can fix that when I know how much power I can actually work within. Because then that turns into amethyst fiber. And fiber can either be used for a molding unit, it can be used for a shredding unit, and it can be used for a fitting unit. If I do 2, I can make it into a molding unit. So if I make these two lead into a molding unit, then I can make bottles. And if I make amethyst bottles, they can be used by a filling unit. And that's the only thing they can be used by. So if I put the filling unit here... Okay, then I have something. Or at least I have the shape of something. Because I can put this here, 1, 2, this goes in here. This can start filling as long as I have something else that I can put this in. If I have a planter here, then that can go in here. Because the amethyst ones only need 5. Which means I can keep a low but stable production of the plants. Of the buckflower and of the citrum here. Which means I can also do the same here, which means that everyone in here gets to be something else. Let me mirror this. Because I can use the... Where are you? Filling unit. Because that's 2 spots away. Yeah, because then I can do this, and that follows through. Oh, that's because of this. So what if I do this? Alright. And if that's the case, I can do this. Then they go in here. How are you? There it is. Do 1, 2, and that goes into here. And then I can start using these for either a shredding unit for amethyst powder, which is useful for crystalline powder. And then I can use that for crystalline fiber. And I don't need 2 of that, I just need 1. But how many would I need for the... 2 for the grinding unit? Okay, I can make this work. So I can put the shredding unit here. I can put the fitting unit here. 1, 2. This starts making amethyst parts. Amethyst parts are better if I stockpile them. Because I can either put them... I either use them individually for making things, or I use them for packing. And I'm not going to use them for packing because that would be too much originium. Originium. So then it's better if I stockpile this for right now. Which means the same thing for you. Then the fitting unit. 1, 2. Go in. go in. So that way I have a constant supply of powder, and I also have a constant supply of the fitting units of the amethyst parts, which I can use for either currency or I can use them to make stuff. That keeps them useful. Then I can get rid of this. Then the issue is the filling unit, because this still needs either buckflower powder or citron powder. Which I can solve here. Planting, seeding. This one just needs the plant. Then I can do the same here. Planting. Can pathways overlap? Yes. You can... They can overlap. I'm just like making it very clean for my own thing. Like you do end up getting... You end up getting like bridge belts, which allow them to pass over other pathways. I'm just a very big stickler for like looking neat and tidy. But like if you need it, like if it's more efficient for certain things for it to be overlapping like that, then like no, that's a completely valid way of doing it. So I can do this. And then I can make this stash. Have that connect here. Ooh, do I bring this down a little bit? I think I do. Because if I can bring this down... then I can lower this. Well, no, I want this to be like here. I think it did all that for nothing. Yeah, because that doesn't change the issue here. And I'm trying to create as much space as possible because I still want to do something with like these sides to come out here. But it's still better off if I just do... if I just do this. Because then that can go 50-50, that goes here, and that goes here. Then I can put this here. That means it's getting one every other. So production on this is still relatively slow, but it's still something at least. It's lower production, but it's for something that's less of a priority, and it keeps that consistent. Basically a rainy day fund, essentially. Then that can go here. And then I start the same process here. But this time... I use Citron. Oops, wrong one. Because then this can go here. This can go here. want to move this so bad. I think I can. I can. Move this, like, here. Whoops. I'll move that there. So those go through there. Those will self-propagate. Then I get one every other second that goes in here. Do I still have citron powder? I do. Oh, I still have a lot on me. Because that's going to eat up 5 each time. You have a bunch of buckflower powder for. Because I'm not going to use that for anything. That goes in there. Those productions are basically never going to stop. So those are slow but consistent, and they're using a material that I'm otherwise not really using, so I don't need to worry about it. Amethyst parts I'm also not really going to sell, which means that the excess... Oh. Am I actually tapping into my amethyst production? I am! Finally! But I also was using it in another plant too, so I can't be too hands off about it. So I can put a shredding unit here. I don't know, put the pylon like here. Have that go through. Have that go through. Then that way I can get more amethyst powder, because then I would have 3 things dedicated to it. So then that way if I'm sending 2 elsewhere, I'm still fine. I wish I could increase this production. And I think I can. Because I'm still sending only like 1 out of every other buckflower and citrome into a storage. So if I do that... then I can put them here. Then I can make another shredder. I'm trying to think of the way that this would look. It's rough for right now, but whatever. Then this could be citron. Not a storage unit. It's gonna look slightly rough, but whatever. Because I can do that, then that increases this production. But I'm wondering, if I'm doing that, wouldn't it just be better if I send some elsewhere? No, because this is supplementing it, so it's not bleeding from this one as much. Because this is going to be self-propagating, self-sustaining. I can put more seeds in here too. Because I have way too many that I'm just not using elsewhere. Same for here. That way I'm kind of just kickstarting the production here. So then now, the main thing I also have to make sure that I do... I'm wondering if I can do... Because if it's going to be every other, then this is still going to stop. Yeah, like it's going to clog eventually because this can't go out, but then it's going to stockpile here. But if it does that... I'm wondering if I can send it through another shredder. No, I don't need to send through another shredder. I can just use a... I can use a storage. So that way every other that goes through goes into here, so I'm stockpiling more buckflower powder. So that way... that way if... I'm trying to make this make sense. That way... So... The way that these work is that it goes 50-50. So one comes in, makes 2 seeds go into here. 1 seed goes into a plant, which comes here, which means I got 2 here. Then the other plant goes through here. So that's every other, so like half the normal production speed. That'll go in through the shredder, that'll go in through here. If this is dedicated to shredding and going in here, then that means that also every other is going to go into here, which means I can store more buckflower. Which means that anytime that this hangs, for whatever reason, because this is clogged or whatever, it's not wasted production. It still goes somewhere that can go out elsewhere. That way I'm still turning it into something useful. And that way, if I do have another depot where it's just like I don't have space, but I want to make something that requires buckflower powder, I can have a storage of it. And that's the same plan that I'm going to use here. That way I have extra to hold on to. So that way I'm getting more use out of the plants and I'm getting more use out of the space instead of it kind of just hanging around for no reason. Still want to improve what I'm doing down here because none of this feels right. But how does this look on a report? Yielding more than I'm using. That's still at an equilibrium. Yielding more than I'm using. That's at an equilibrium. But how does it look after, let's say, like a week report? I'm using more ferrium powder than I am making. So that is something I'm going to have to fix. Ferrium powder is equal. I'm still losing originium, which means that there's something on another plant that I need to fix. Ferrium is... Yeah, amethyst is evening out. I think it might be something at one of the other plants that I need to do. My ferrium is at a massive yield, so I have to start using that a lot more. Buckflower, I'm still losing. Citrum, I am maintaining. Citrum, I'm making more than I'm losing. So buckflower, I need to start increasing that production. Or at least I just need to increase it slightly. Whatever I'm doing just clearly isn't enough, or isn't right. Sandleaf is fine. I don't need either of these because those are for explosives. Don't know what I can do with carbon just yet. Ore crust is fine. Amethyst fiber, I'm making a stockpile. Ferrium, I'm losing a little. So production could slightly increase on that. Originium powder is even. Buckflower powder, I'm losing more than I'm not saving as much as I am using, but I am making a stockpile. So it's not anything necessarily useful for like making or holding on to, but it is useful for something. Oh, I think that's because I'm using it for something in the one of the other ones I have. Sandleaf powder, I'm making as much as I am using. I think this is working out. Steel, I am using more than I am losing, only slightly. I can fix that, and I can fix the ferrium powder, because these three are all connected. Because I just need to start using more of the ferrium ore because I'm yielding way too much. So if I start using the ferrium ore to make more ferrium, then I can start storing that, so that way I'm not losing as much. And if I'm also doing that, then that also means that I can make a lot more steel, so that way I'm using more of the ferrium, and that way I'm fine on my stockpile for the ferrium ore itself. Everything else is basically in the blue. Steel parts is also going up. Crystalline components is also something I want to start worrying about. Same for the parts. But this is going better. Yeah, this is like, something's got slightly changed. Why can't I shred you? Oh, because of the... Duh. Because that wasn't being refined. Okay, that's better. So that way I can still start making amethyst powder. My power is fine. Well, that is working. This is safe. That's at an equilibrium. If that's at an equilibrium, I kind of want to make one to branch off so that I can start stockpiling that. Which means I can rotate where this is. Because nothing changes if I just functionally just rotate these to the side, and it also looks cleaner than having it all kind of like scrunched up here. Even though if none of this changes, as long as this changes and then that looks better, like I'll take that. But would I have the space? I'd have to stop production of one of these to see. Because clearly there is something that is kind of like becoming a stopgap here. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Move you here. Move you here. 1, 2. Those stay working. Because I can't do any space back here. This still needs to go through a shredder, but once it goes through the shredder, then I can go through here. So I can move this over like slightly. One more. So then I can put a shredder here. Okay, cool. That doesn't solve my problem. That doesn't solve... Wait, no, I can fix this. Because then I can do this. And then... I can put this here, but I'm not sure... No, that is fine, because it's only stopping here. That does mean I do run the risk of losing these. Or making these at a negative. Because if 1, 2... Yeah, no, there's a chance that I run out. So then what do I do here? The answer is that I end up making another production where I'm making only sand leaf in one location. As in, I can't do this here. I can't do that there because I'd rather just send more to the grinder, but if that happens then I still make more here. Yeah, I think this is something I'm just gonna have to deal with, because the alternative is that I do something that ends up that has a chance of bottlenecking, and I end up running out of sand leaf, and that stops my production of something that's very important. Trying to think of a way that I could solve that. But at the same time, I'm also kind of in the middle of doing this. Because these are fine. It's ugly and it's messy, but this is fine. Because this is making something that I need. And if I'm doing this, I'm also just gonna end up making this more symmetrical. Which also means I get to move this here. I change where this is. I move this here. Bleh. Give me this. Move the planter up here. Those even out. That goes here. That goes there. Those go in there. Okay. So then this place is now making dense ferrium. It's also consistently making low-grade healing items, but it is also an amethyst plant where I'm making a lot of stuff using the amethyst, because otherwise it is just stockpiling and I'm not using anything with it. And I'm not doing anything with it. The originium I need to fix, but I think that... I don't know where the problem is in that, because I'm clearly doing something wrong there. Because I think it comes from the grinding, which means that it's going to be at the battery plant. But I think this is all fine for right now. Because I'm still doing stuff that makes me money. It is still stuff that keeps everything moving. The only things that end up bottlenecking would in theory be this. It would stop here. But even if those do bottleneck, then this continue here. Then this can continue here. But if I do something like this. Because this one's so close. I wonder, what would it look like if I do... Oh, because the distance. But that's fine, and that's fine. So then the only thing that gets an issue is here. Which then means I can move this here. Then I can stick this to the wall. And then I can also stick this one to the wall. Whoops. Don't do that. That goes up, that goes there. This goes up, that goes there. Then... I can put an item control here. That's sand leaf. And I can limit that. I think I can have like a safe stockpile of like 2,000. That way, in the event that something bad does happen, I at least have stuff that I can use it for. Then I do the same thing here. That way I have a stockpile. The theoretical issue... The theoretical issue becomes less of an issue. And then that way, when I do hit that quota, then these can kind of just keep... then these two can keep continuing. That way, if there is a stopgap, or like, for whatever reason I do hit cap on that, I would still have something in the back for that, and then that's safe. The plants are the only ones that I really need something like this for. trying to think. Because that's fine, because that's always going to something useful. Yeah, I think the only thing that I would really need is to make sure that I get something growing for the buckflower and the citrum, so that way these two don't ever run out. So then the question is, are they... That's growing at a... There's something over the period of time that causes that to diminish. And I don't know if that's because of the production line that I have it in, because like I can't figure out if this is doing it based off of everything collectively or just generally. As in things going into my store or not. But either way, I think this is fine. I have amethyst constantly moving, it's constantly going into here, which means I can use that for something, which is likely going to happen at the plant. At the other production plant. I can also move these slightly, so it looks better. So then my major stopgap is still kind of like these kind of looking ugly, but other than that, it's making something that is useful that I need. Because apparently I'm somehow still using more than what I'm making, because I don't have a stockpile of these. But doing that will also help me get more of the plants that I need. So I think this is fine. Managed to cut down on my battery usage. So this looks better. So main base is slightly better. This one I think is set. Science Park I want to work on. Because this is the one that probably has a lot more of the core design issues, I think. Because it's between this and the other plant that I just got that I'm also trying to figure out what to do about. Because making batteries seems to be like the most... not difficult, but it's the one that I'm having the most amount of struggle with. Ah, you. The reason I even had this thing is because I had buckflower powder and I had citrum kind of just like in my stockpile and I didn't know what I was doing with it. But now I guess there's an answer. But still, the issue with this is the fact that it's using Originium. And I'm using it for these. And these require a lot. So the answer is that I either lower my... I lower my battery usage. I have to lower my battery usage. I have to lower my battery usage so that way I'm not running out of Originium. Because that is my constant issue here. But to be safe... I'll cut down on it here. Because this is the one that I kind of used my older battery design on. Kind of just in the sake of an emergency. But hopefully I don't need it as much anymore, or I don't need as many of these anymore. Which means I can stash these. And my battery production should be safe. Which means I can move you. Stash these. Move. Move. Then put these here. can do the same thing here. And now the usage of my originium should be lower. Which means I should be saving more. Allegedly. Supposedly. What's going on here? Right, because I'm using this for Farium bottles. So I'm still making... this plant has no idea. Yeah, no, this plant has no current goal. That's a kind of what I'm working on this for. What happened here? Ah. Yeah, okay. This was the exact problem that I expected. This was the exact problem that I changed the last one around to prevent from happening. So I need to stash this, and I need to stash this. Because the issue is not the fact that these weren't making more, it was the fact that at a certain point, it sends too many away and not back into itself to help itself. That's why production here stalled, which meant that I wasn't making more of this. And that's exactly what happened here. So these can't go directly into here. Which means I need to head back here. So then I don't even think it's worth doing the stockpile idea. Because there's no point in it. Because as long as I have the seed picker, then I don't need to make more of these. It's just causing an issue in the system that doesn't need to be there. Or it would cause an issue in the system that doesn't need to be here. Or doesn't need to be something I worry about. Because I was worried about the thing clogging, but there's no point in me worrying about that because it just means that production's high. And if it stops to, like, give itself a second to breathe, then there's nothing wrong with that. Because all it's going to do is just send anything that's excess either in here or back here, also making sure that it sustains itself. So that... Good thing I messed that up earlier, so I'm not dealing with that later. So now this is fixed. This is not where I need to be. This is also not where I need to be. That's why my dense ferium production was lower. Because I didn't catch that, because I was stupid. Fix that. That goes in here. That goes there. Production stays high. Why am I making you here? Is this finally eating into the ferium stockpile? No. So I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, so now the production is a lot higher. That's eating into the ferium powder. So then I should be making these two. So I don't need to worry about this anymore. So I need to worry about making these. Okay. Because this is still making it at a decent pace, but I don't need these anymore. Can I even sell the fairy in bottles? I can sell amethyst bottles. No, I can't sell the fairy in bottles. Yeah, so I need to be using them. But am I making any? Because if I don't, then they're pointless being in my stockpile. Yeah, no, okay. That's why I had these. I had these to get rid of my Farium stockpile, and once those are done, then I can get rid of these. I can get rid of this. So I don't need to worry about this production at all. So this place I'm just mainly using kind of as a greenhouse for a bit. So then going back to the science park, and I can fix this, because now this is going to be the one that's the... I wanted this one to be the battery plant, but I'm running out of... Originium. Because there's some type of issue that I'm running into that I'm not solving. And it might still just be tied to the batteries, because if I can lower the battery usage, then I can save an Originium. So what happens if I get rid of you? Still low. What is happening? I think it's the Irigo crust production that I'm doing in my main base. I think that's the main problem that I'm doing. I think that's the main problem that I'm having, because I don't have that problem when I'm not... No. I'm not making it. So then what's the issue? Is it the batteries? If I move you here... And then... Another ad break. Time flies when I'm doing this stuff. So then I can do this. And then those stockpile. Then those stockpile. So then, what if I do this? So I do that. It stays at 2.7. I don't need to worry about it. That doesn't change. Okay, something did change because now I'm yielding more. Something about my production. There's an issue somewhere, or I'm using too much Originium somewhere, and I don't know where. And I'm trying to figure out where that might be. There's also still 2 places up here that I haven't been to. And if those have more Originium, then I should probably be there, or use them. There's also the chance that there's just more mining nodes somewhere that I haven't seen. It's a non-zero possibility. There is, because there's a mineral bed here. And I haven't gone through the plant yet. Yeah, if I do that, that might fix my issues, because that's higher purity. Okay. Um, my yield will keep me up for now. But yeah, I'm gonna transfer here and set up the relays that I need for that, because that might solve a lot of my issues. I forget if I needed a Mark 1 or a Mark 2 electric mining rig. Can mine Ferium. Takes 3 seconds to get 1 Originium. 3 seconds to get 1 Originium. So then I don't need... So I don't need the Mark 2s. I don't need the Mark 2s Originium, I just need the Mark 1s. Mark 2s can stay for the Ferium, so I can actually start switching these out then. Didn't consider that. Oh. I didn't actually... Alright. Because I also need to use my sanity anyway.
Stay alert. The enemy there is strong.
These don't take sanity? They don't. Weapon progression does, operator progression does. Okay.
Still waiting for something?
Because I'm going to need these. I have enough for one for me. Yeah, there's an entire other area that I haven't been to just yet. Because I've been holding off on my production. Yeah, so I think it's better off if I just start using them for this.
Do what you must, Professor. I'll do everything I can to help.
These are at 80. I can probably still handle these. Hopefully. Because if I can, then I don't need to worry about hitting 80 immediately. So this is about to be a focus on my how well my team building actually is. Not too bad.
Everyone.
It is worth a celebration.
I did take a couple of bad hits, but it wasn't like super bad. I just need you to do that like 3 more times.
Watch your step, people. We'll see them. Be gentle, Mr. Dolly. No second chance.
That was almost 12k.
Heading there. No rush.
Oh, they're not invulnerable during that. I actually have to time that so that they don't get hit.
That was incredible! I'm fired up!
I have to be very careful about like the big things that are like actually hitting me.
At my command.
It's probably the best I can do for right now.
Every victory bears its price. Hold deep.
Ooh, alright. That way I at least didn't overcap on my sanity.
Something dangerous is up ahead.
One sec, just need a quick breather.
I bet.
Every chance of recuperation counts. It might be your only chance to prepare for the next battle.
I wonder if I should do the deliveries first. I think the delivery can wait. Where is... It's not this one? No. Because there was one about going through the... Ah, this one. Oh. This might be to teach you how to use the explosives. Did the doors open out? No. Then why? Whatever.
Unlike the blight and rifts, Orly.
Oh, this is a place that's supposed to, like, make you actually use your bombs. Good thing I have a stockpile of, like, 5,000.
Its strategic significance probably exceeds its operational value.
That should be enough. They really wanted this one to be the one to teach you to use your bombs. Ooh, wait. Damn it, it only took me a second to realize what it actually was going to ask of me. Oh, and that's it. Da 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 da. Ooh, no, that can't go there. Let's figure this out. Oh, because those are both the same pieces. So then I wonder... So there has to be 3 in this row. Okay, that's 1. There we go. I kind of like those. Those genuinely are like brain teasers. The one room that had like 30 of them kind of really threw me for a loop. Yeah, I have to open that in order to get to the things that I actually want. Easy. And now that I have these...
These minerals may come in handy.
This will shape up nicely. Perfect for both offense and defense.
Give me. Oh. Not where I thought it would take me. Interesting. Oops. Oh my god, this thing is entirely gunked up. What the hell? Okay, first off, let me do the important thing. The thing that I came in here for. Oh, there's also something up there. One. This is fine. This is basically my territory anyway. God damn it. Whatever. And now I'm positive. Perfect. The exact thing I needed when I needed it. That also does mean I should probably go back and fix whatever amethyst and originium that I use the Mark IIs for. Means that all the Farium ones are going to be fine, but those other two are using... The other two are using sometimes way more power than they really should be. Because if I do that, then I can adjust my, I can better adjust my production and energy management. That'll help me get back up. Nice. Where does that lead? I guess it leads me back out. Why would it need to lead me back out? I guess it does that in case... Nope. Just goodies. Or... Clever. Alright. And then this leads me back out. Okay, cool. How do I get here, though? Like... How do I get up here? Oh, it was just the right here. Two. Wait, this one needs... Ooh. Because none can be down here. Only 2 can be here. So it's either this one or it's this one. Or the... Oh, why is this one catching me? These 2 are 5. Which means that there's an additional one that goes here. But then there's nothing up here. Two, but there still has to be 2 here, but then there still has to be one that... Or... Ooh, that one caught me. I also do like that I can like press that and it doesn't immediately solve it, but it gives you the vague outline of what it should be. Not exactly the best when it comes to some puzzles like that, but like the little bit of help, the little bit of aid is nice. Yeah, that's steadily climbing, so we're good here. Amethyst, I do need to slow down slightly. Ferrium powder and ferrium itself. But the ferrium ore itself is fine. Oh, that's actually really nice. That's a really nice incentive to actually get you to look for the Orleans. I'm trying to think. Because now that that's done... Oh, was that just the quest I didn't pick up? Oh, those are quests that I need to run over and pick up. had no idea. I thought those were just something else. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through and just like fix a bunch of those. But that's not too bad. Trying to think though. My main base is fine. This one I set up. This one subject to change. This one now I can do more for. But also, now that I think about it, I probably need to adjust the... Not necessarily like super adjust, but like... This just needs 2 of each. That's getting it. So this is fine. This part I did right. This part doesn't need to be here. So I can change that. So that finally ran its course, so I don't need to worry about this. Let that finish, and then stash it, just so I can get the bottles, but... Is amethyst production slightly too high? Slightly, because I am losing more than I'm using. Because now I have a plant for that. So that's fine. That's fine. So I'll let them run through and finish whatever they're finishing. Call them. Those are going through doing their own thing. Because the issue with batteries is that they all take originium. They all take originium powder. So it's always more worth it just to work on the... either to make the ferrium or the steel parts. Like, these are just lower production quality that I can make. But I'm better off just making the HC Valley batteries. Because otherwise I'm already tapping too much at my originium limit. So then this might be the most that I can do for my batteries right now. So if that is the case, and then this is fine, then what can I do here? And I think that answer might be ferrium production. Hang on, it's better if I just do this. Because I can get rid of all of this. Because if this is all working on batteries, then that's working on making a filling unit. Then I can start implementing part of my plan. Because I have so much fiber, I can get rid of this. I can get rid of this. And just make these produce the fiber. Then stash that. That way it's only one machine. and then my bottle production can continue. Which also means I can change this. I can change this in a way, but I'm trying to figure out how I change this. I think this being slower is fine. Which means I can get rid of these. Because that's kind of just making excess. And this is its own grower. Which means I was feeding 2 into here for no reason. Because I'm thinking I keep this here. I might just move this. I move this, make it its own production line here, but then keep this so that it keeps feeding into the filling unit. Because if I do that, if I do that, then I can move this back slightly. Put that here. Move these two. Store that, move this. Ooh. Actually, no, I can make this work. Move that here, move that here. Okay, then that's cleaner. Not as clean as I would want, but it's cleaner. Because that keeps that filling, that keeps the citron being used. Which means that I can use the citron somewhere else and I don't need to worry about it running out. I can stash that. I can stash that. I think I can move this slightly closer to the side. Because then yeah, I think I moved that slightly closer to the side. Because now I'm trying to think of what else I could probably use this space for. bug capsules. Yeah, the bug capsules. Which means that I can start implementing part of my plan here. Because I'm going to need those consistently anyway. So, bug capsules I get with grinding units, but then that's into a filling unit. Because it needs ground buck flour and it needs steel bottles. I can make the ground buck flour here. Which means if I'm doing that, then it should be further here. Because these can just dispense the ferrium and it can just dispense the steel. Because then I don't need to worry about making everything else. Because then I can get the steel bottles, but then getting to ground buck flour is a big question. Because it's a grinding unit. It's a grinding unit, which means I would need sand leaf. But am I making that at a consistent enough pace? Or is it getting delivered at a consistent enough pace? Or like I'm gaining? No, I'm using it. So if I'm using it, ooh, okay, I'm trying like really hard to make this work. The steel is not the problem. The problem is making sure that I get the ground buck flour. Because then I would need a grinding unit, because then I would need buck flour, and I would also need sand flour. Getting the sand flour. I'm losing sand flour if I use it here. But I have a production here. I have something here that I can use. Steel I don't need to worry about. Ferrium I don't need to worry about. Amethyst I'm slightly losing more than I'm using. Buckflower I'm using more than I'm losing, but that's also because of the seeds. Sandflower I'm losing more than I'm using. But again, I can make that at an equilibrium. I literally just need one. With this powder I'm making consistently. Because I want to make one more... Because I want to make one more thing that is giving me... Sandflower. Because I can... I'm trying to think. Because I can make something that produces sandflower here. That connects into here. That connects into the grinding machine. That connects into here. That goes into here. The steel will go through here. I still need something for the buckflower. Because then the buckflower would need to go into the grinding machine. So what if... Make 4 of those. And 4 of those. It's gonna look so stupid. So I need that, and then I need it to go into a grinding machine. I might be able to make this work. Because I need the ground buckflower and I need the sandleaf powder. So if I do this, and then move you here, then you here. So what if I can work out the specifics later? Point is, I need the idea to exist first. I need to see this in the physical space for it to make sense to me. To put you here. And that makes the powder. Switch this over to steel. Is steel in equilibrium? Is that why it's not moving? It is, but something feels off. Ah. Wait, that makes this easier. This is going to make me very nervous about power production. Might be better. Might be better if I don't worry about this here. But if that's the case, then why did I do all this work? Maybe I'm trying to make it fit in the wrong direction. This is as close to the side that I can make it. Because if I do this, I can change where you are. I can change where the steel production comes from. Which means I can change where you come from. Which means I can change you too. Change the way that you're angled. Put that there. think, think, think. Which means that this would need to be down slightly further. That, ooh, no, that doesn't work because this needs to be there. Which means I need to give it a little bit more space. Then I can put a shredding unit here. Another one here. Move this here. We have something. We almost have something. Means I can take this. It's on steel. That's on steel. Farium's at an equilibrium. I'm still yielding more than I'm using, and I know that there are more deposits. So what I could do instead... No, because it would use the dense. But if it is using the dense Farium powder... Because I'm making 150 over 110. Now I'm using 118. So if I do this again... then that's still equal. I'm still gaining originium. Which means... I can fit in one more thermal bank. My power usage is going to get better. My power usage is going to get better when I go back and fix a lot of the older mining rigs so that they use the one that's more appropriate for them. But for right now... Ferrium powder, I am yielding more than I am using. Ferrium itself, I am using more than I am yielding. I think those two just kind of like intertwine with each other. This is fine. This is kind of fine. Because I'm not using amethyst for anything else. I still need to figure out what I can use it for. Or something else that I can kind of use it for that can help keep it at an equilibrium. Originium is fine as it is. That'll be a problem that is fixed when I fix the power issue. Buckflower is fine. Buckflower seed is fine. Citrum is fine. Sandleaf I'm using more than I am making. But I'm also still... the yield is fine. Amethyst fiber. Still have a stockpile. Amethyst powder. I need to figure out what I can use that for. It's already been another hour. I'm also getting a little bit hungry. I'll make something to eat I'll get like a snack and something to eat really quick. But I think this is a good yield. I think right now, even with everything still largely unfinished, I think this production is fine. I think this production is fine. This is a little awkward here. This I think worked out. This I can figure out what I can do with something that I have excess of, which is probably going to be the Ferrium. But that's also going to adjust based off of the power consumption. And then this is also still kind of up in the air, which also just might be Ferrium production. So I can use that. So this is fine. I think that is all my bases at a quote-unquote fine level. Anything after that I can adjust. So I might actually start continuing with the story so I can figure out what's that other area, because there's clearly some stuff that I still need. Ooh, but yeah, let me be right back and go and grab a snack, because I don't think I've ate much.
Everyone is rested.
So yeah, be back in a sec. Or like, maybe like 5 minutes. It's remarkable that, like, I think this is the third ad break. And I've, like, only been doing the factory. I've only been, like, messing with my factories. Okay. Wrong button. That was out of instinct. The factory does take a lot of work. But at the same time, I also want to make sure that I can, like, I want to do some of the combat. Because I haven't been doing that, like, at all. Oh, it automatically goes to transition. Oh, there's a vacuum effect on that. That's a halfway mark. Oh, that was it. He's not bad. Not a bad first boss. I was kind of hoping that there would have been more besides the meteor. That's what it is. You get these. Is that like the only... You only get it like your first time? Not sure what the rewards are. Thinking, because I have the other ones that I can also do. Wrong one. So I'm trying to figure out... more or less the point of doing these. Unless it's the fact that you get a reward for clearing them.
10 minutes. Finally got.
Yep, there it is. So it's fixed at like the 65% mark. Oh, I'm already out of my... That's definitely gonna help keep me alive in fights like these. If I fade out before the skill goes, then I still lose it. Alright, that's good enough. Where are you going? Oh, you're doing it again. You've at least done it more than once now. I'm impressed. That's new. Not bad. I guess it really is just kind of for those rewards. But then there's deep dive mode, which gives you... the rare progression material. But even then I still need to hit, still need to hit the next level cap, because that was only 60. That makes me want to try the other bosses. Oh, you start at 60. And so do you. Interesting. Alright. I'll bite. Before the attack could land. Okay, so those do count. That's one. Oh, it still took damage from that. 3.
Shall face karmic justice!
No second chance.
Just better to get rid of all the odds right there.
You gods, formation!
Third phase.
Everyone's chipping in. Please help, Mr. Dolly!
Purity brings truth! Time strikes quick! Purity brings truth!
It's constantly moving.
Time strikes quick! Please teach me! Purity brings truth! Let me help!
Your end awaits.
You shall be banished! Yes, which handle crushed!
Come on, you're so close to dying.
Might see. What the?
Little long, but I like that one.
Ready to break camp on command.
It's 2.
Gods, formation.
Guess which hand will crush you. Mine, strike, quick. Purity creation.
Be gentle, Mr. Dolly! Your end awaits.
Okay, I'm still able to do it in one cycle.
Gods, formation.
Shall face karmic justice.
No second chance.
That was 20k. That was fun. That was actually really fun. Damn. Oh, right. I have a delivery to do. I can run by and do this real quick. Thank you, Jerry. You definitely take, like, a lot more damage, in those fights than, like, the story variant. Like, I was getting chunked for, like, a quarter? Like, about, like, roughly, like, a third of my health. So, like, those sustain units really do... I don't want to say feel mandatory, but they definitely become a lot more, integral to doing that stuff. Like, the healing items will definitely help, but it's not... It's not a replacement for having somebody who...
High threat hostile. Approach
What? I think I was getting, like, healed for 300 every time I was stepping on a sheep. Like, that's... And on average, they popped out, like, 3 at a time. That was, like, over 1,000 health. Easy. Which
Still waiting for something?
is, like, a quarter of my health. Almost a quarter. So that was completely worth that. Also take these. Why do I have so much of this here? Okay. Wondering if I should do the other ones. Yeah. Well, I'll do you last. You're in Power Plateau. You're not that far. Go here. This also gives me reason to set up a bunch of the zip lines just to make these deliveries easier. Which also feeds into why I probably need to balance my power a lot better so I can start putting up those zip lines. Yeah.
Something dangerous is up ahead. We better be fully prepared.
We're fine. Oh, hand delivery. That stranding made me feel like that was a rarity. Okay, and this is the last one. I think I have a few zip lines. I could probably set those up here. I do. Whoops. Do they take power? They do. They use 5. Yeah, so I just need to set one up that goes straight this way. Okay, 80 meters is too far. Yeah, no, you need to be powered. And that has power. Then I can set this here. Perfect. This is me kind of being lazy in a very extreme way. But at the same time, it's very useful for other people. I was hoping somebody had set that one up still. Either way, that should be everything for my delivery route. Because this is still level 4. Still have 400k. Is there anything I can buy with this? T-Crats. I can buy 2 of these. But I think I'm still better off saving, because I already bought all the elastic goods that I can get right now. So now I should actually care about leveling past level 60.
Perlica? Endman? I was about to head out and look for you.
There are still plenty of active blight patches in Valley 4. We would like to hear your opinions on dealing with this.
Yeah. Active blight can be a real bummer. But we got a bigger problem. I detected an ether energy signal in the vicinities of Valley 4. It's weak, but there's no mistake about its existence.
There's a golden chest behind me. I need to remember to go and grab that.
The rift has just disappeared, so we're getting some ambient disruptions. We got plenty of noise in that signal.
I see
need
it
a reading
right
that's
there.
cleaner and more precise. Tata's onboard detection module happens to be the best tool for the job.
Ivan, the thing about Tata is that...
Well, it's alright if Tata isn't here. Don't worry, I figured out an alternative. Listen up. The Protocom signal tower should have Tata's scanning log. I can use that data to compare and filter out interference and noise. However, I'll need your help connecting to the signal towers. The positions of the scanning will also affect the results. Hence, I'll need the data from both towers.
Yvonne, Tata is...
Oh, come on! Stop being so wishy-washy. Your protocol synchronizers can handle field data transfers just fine. Get going! Chop chop!
Right, it's in here. Wait, how do I... There's a doorway over there, which means it's through there. I don't want to worry about that right now. I'll be annoyed about it later when I go back and clean stuff up for chest.
Ivan, we've connected to the signal tower.
I'm on it. Synchronizing timestamps and resetting the signal codes. This will take a while. I'll need you to maintain the connection for a bit.
Back then, the Blight and Landbreakers showed up here. If we failed to stop the creeping Blight, it would have blocked our access and support to the other areas.
Tata almost shut down here. Thank goodness you helped out on time. We wouldn't have made it to the power plateau otherwise.
And it's all because Andre messed up with the... I'll let it go. That old boy owes me a lot of lunches.
At least he paid for the spare parts.
I'm just... Fine. You're right. The next step is to connect to the signal tower at the Origin Load Spring. Really appreciate your field work out there. I'm getting data on my end. This plan is working out great.
Yvonne, we need to talk to you about a few things once this is over.
Jeez, what got you so serious? Just focus on the task and complete the positioning process.
Oh, this is a Levian. Ooh, I'm not gonna worry about this. Yep, I know what this is. Not gonna worry about this right now. That is effectively relic stuff. I am getting close to the point where I probably should worry about it, but like I'll worry about that when I can hit 80. That feels like kind of the bare minimum for when I should be caring about that. Just realized there's also still a bunch of things like underground that I haven't been able to get access to. But I also need to start changing. I'll worry about that later. Because that's mostly just going to be busy work and me running around switching out the mining material. And I don't remember when I started doing that either, so I probably have to go back and check just the other sites in case.
You're back! Wonderful! I never had the chance to properly express my gratitude. Thank you for saving my friends.
It's only been a short while. You sure you don't need more R&R?
I'm okay for now. The shockwaves in Angaloy made a royal mess of the Origin load spring. We gotta fix the infrastructure, and clear the roads for the supply trucks at the very least. Thanks to you neutralizing the local blight, we were able to jump right into rebuilding. I've lived here for ages, but I've never seen anyone wipe out the blight like that. Everyone's real curious about how you pulled that off. Having tech like yours would make our survey and SAR work a lot easier.
Yeah.
Is that a... I'm not... That's an
In
enemy
any
just like
case,
right there in the
such
background.
advanced tech wouldn't reach mass production anytime soon. I just hope the UWST can strengthen its partnership with you. And once again, thank you for everything you've done for us. I gotta run and check on a few other places. Feel free and do your thing.
Yeah, that's the Angelos, like right there.
Success. Oh my Talos. You guys really went through the ringer, didn't you?
The Origin
Checking. Wait, this one says it's underpowered. What?
load spring
How?
to deal with
What
massive
happened?
blight formations. Tata played an instrumental role in helping us reach the power plateau on time.
I gotta start analyzing all this data. Come find me at the lab.
What happened? What happened? Why is one underpowered? Why are you underpowered? What happened here? Huh? How is that clogged? What? While I'm here, let me see if I can fix any that are here. Furian. You're normal or Originium. So if there's one that I'm gonna fix, it's you. Not you. Not you. So you're the only one that I need to repair. So I can do that, head back to Yvonne, and then we're good. Almost all the stock exchanges like actually finished. I didn't properly mark it. It was here. I can't use a zip line there. I just need to walk there. Because I'd rather do at least a few of the ones that are like here now than have to round back to it later.
Something dangerous is up ahead. We better be fully prepared.
We're fine. How am I supposed to get you? Oh.
Its strategic
Oh.
significance probably exceeds its operation.
Dude, are you alright? I don't even know how I got down here. I thought that was just like a little divot. I didn't think it was an entire hole down here.
Now it'll no longer hurt anyone.
I was wondering how to get through here for a while, so at least that solved that. Okay. Time to fix you. It's gonna cut into my production for like a little bit. That's the Mark 1. And that's the Mark 1. So that should have fixed all of that. Whoops. This should still be Furium. That is also Originium. That is Furium. Don't remember if the ones I have there are also to Mark II. They might be. It's easier just to head here, fix that, go here, get that, then I can go back. Because these... Oh no, that's a Mark 1. Okay. These, I think, are absolutely Mark IIs, because I did not pay attention. I just wanted to get them... I wanted to get them all done. Nope, those are Mark 1s. Alright. I am more capable than I thought I was. No fast way to have on.
High threat hostile. Approach.
War is never about mercy.
We'll see this through.
At my command.
Your end awaits.
Brilliant strategy.
Wonderful.
So I'm not sure what I can do again, or like how to deal with the enemies with shields.
Is that it? I haven't even shown you my best moves.
Our battle plan proved its worth.
We've done it. Hope you're not tired, Mr. Dally.
Still don't know how I get in there. Oh, I have to call this.
work out there, people. I'm almost done here. Still analyzing and sorting out the data. Filtering will be done in a bit. I used the time to come up with a solution to your active blight problem. Oh, if only I could kick off projects first and worry about approvals later. Hey. Success! This time, I've added a novel design feature that I've never tested before. I'll load this up to your protosyncs. Time is short, so I skipped a few verification steps. You can treat this as a temporary test component.
Guess it lets me do it by hand then.
Because I applied a new game-changing idea. The component is directly powered by the protocol Orichnium, while amplification by the protosync would achieve the desired blight scanning feature. I also optimized the power conduction process and eliminated the overly bloated redundancy. For blight patches about 50 to several hundred square meters, this should totally work. Okay, it isn't capable of dealing with rifts, but the characteristic data sets we collected, the protosync can now perform some basic functions. Well,
So
I guess I've
localized.
spoken more than enough. The best validation is through proper hands-on experience. Let's head downstairs. There's a low-power simulation device underneath the research center. We'll need it to perform our test run. Follow me.
Oh, the thing that probably has the... Yeah, the thing that's been taunting me on the other side of the door for hours.
This device is special. It simulates blight wavelengths to quickly make globs of blight. Careful now. I did say simulate, but blight globs is unpredictable. So I kept the simulator here for safety considerations. Never thought I would be activating it today. I've completed all the pre-operational checks. I'll activate the simulator and let you test out the component scanning feature. Let's see if you can locate the blight core with the new component. Just stay in the containment zone and you'll be safe. I'm here, so there's no need to be afraid.
Scan to decrypt the massive active blight.
Success. The scan has revealed the blight core.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Test component feature B&B complete. Leave the packaging to me. I'll also refer to your usage logs and regularly iterate on stable releases. I also verified the properties of this blight incident. Nefereth was using existing energy pools of the Ether Rift. She can't create new rifts out of nothing, at least for now. Nevertheless, this remains the most severe blight incident in Valley 4 in the last 10 years. If we'd let Nefereth have her way, half the entire valley would have been gone.
I don't know what you're talking about. I like Yvonne. I like her. I like her for my own reasons, which may include the big tail.
Unfortunately, she slipped through our fingers. Now, we managed to seal the Valley 4 rift mainly because we have plenty of data.
I
from our
appreciate her
tests.
design.
Tata's sealing of the rift is a very, very rare exception. Although the data sets offer valuable references, I'm afraid we can't replicate that rift sealing measure anytime soon. Now I wonder, What emotes would Tata use when it sees the crisis ending in Valley 4?
She has a big tail for a big personality.
Actually, during our last battle, Tata sacrificed itself.
I thought as much when I saw the anomalous readings after the rift disappeared. You didn't really think I'd throw a grief tantrum, did you? Is that why you were so measured and hesitant when talking?
No, it's not like that. It's just... You did so much to build Tata. So did Andre and Crow. But we...
Come on, guys. Don't be so hard on yourselves. Tata's sacrifice saved countless lives at Valley 4. As a scientist, I'm genuinely happy about this. And I'm glad that it completed its duty. It's natural for us to miss Tata and feel sad. But what we should do is remember how many lives it saved, and make full use of all the data it provided for us. And then, we'll do our best to avert the next crisis, right? Absolutely. Such panache and confidence. No wonder you're the administrator. All right. We should be
She's
done
cute.
with the
I can't
base
help it.
simulation. Now run along and chase down that signal for me. I would be very upset if we had to endure more ether eruptions.
And I'm not saying that just because of the
Can
midriff.
you help Yvonne trace that signal?
Originium Science Park data link request verified. 0 issues. We can now input our directives. The target's current location is the power plateau, near the Originium power plant.
Okay, time to start our field test. I need to find out which punk's responsible for that annoying blip on my radar.
So finally, I can use this to get rid of whatever plate is around. But it probably still only needs to be an active source. Oh, did I never get you? Which means you can't be here. Because then that can't be there. There we go. I am curious, because I also want to check out Levitane's story. I think I'll do that. I'm curious because I want to check out Levitane's story, and then after that I can, then I'll probably end stream. Mostly because I don't know, because, like, her banner's almost over. What is this? The what?
Did you have any dreams recently? What did you see in those dreams? It's okay. Take a deep breath and close your eyes. Try and recall what's happened so far.
Would save us again.
Fresh new beginning. Might just forget.
Promise. And
Our
find
fate.
your true self.
Travel forth.
Administrator.
Mostly recall the events of Valley 4.
Is that so? It's all right, Endman. You have a strong bond to this land. Those feelings will slowly come back. As we journey on, you will encounter more people and events connected to you. Perhaps a day will come when your lost memories return.
A flash of fire.
Let fires consume the ashen past. Oh. After using the identity switching function of the protocol singularity, the function cannot be used again until the cooldown ends. I'm not touching that
Traces
part.
on the protocol singularity. Something's off.
Okay. So this sets me at level 40. But my gear, I don't know if my gear will be fine.
What is this place?
Echoes of then.
Someone's up ahead.
Oh, how unexpected. Another intruder in this place.
Where is this?
A place you shouldn't be. Leave now for your own good.
So how should I leave?
You're lost. Getting out won't be easy. Unless you remember. You clearly don't understand, do you? Well then, follow me. Over here. Be careful.
Oh, and they let you get full control of Levitating.
Monsters again. You, go hide somewhere.
Their angle on.
Melting flame!
You fight well, even though you don't look it.
What is all of this?
This is a place constructed with memories.
Everything we see is taken from our memories and transcribed by Originium, including those monsters.
So this is what the inside of that looks like. We're in a protocol space.
Protocol space. That's the name, huh? What about you? Are you here looking for memories too?
I lost my memories, but then how are you in here?
No wonder. I can feel that. Meeting you here is no simple coincidence. Only those who forgot their past end up in this place. And you happen to be one of them.
Did you lose your memories too?
Worse than that. Not only did I lose my memories, my mind's filled with experiences that weren't even mine to begin with. So I found a way to come here. I'll figure out where I'm from, what I actually did, and who I'm actually supposed to be.
Can you find lost memories
What
here?
do you think? I came here chasing after them. Let's move. We'll search around for hidden memories, then I'll take you out of this place.
She implies she's here by choice. But then how did she even get in?
Memories often hide deep here. We'll have a good look around. Inferno awaits.
The morning flotilla drifts beyond sight. A southern nerd lingers in the glacial hush, then stops on the icy surface and advances toward the far bank of the unfrozen river. An age-old chain stirs with the thaw to come.
This is my past. I ran to the middle of an ice field alone in search for buried truths.
Did that happen a long time ago?
Yes, a very long time ago. It almost felt like someone else's experience.
I only have a weird dream about the distant past.
Dream?
All other memories were made after waking up from it.
Dreams. They're like memories at times. Feel almost real while they happen. But when you think back on them later, you'd realize how ridiculous they are. Let's keep looking.
I wonder how much of this place looks this way, either because of her or because of Endman. Text on a broken stone. Boreal wind snuffs out the last ember. The warrior's life fades into withering silence. Charred branches lie buried, layer upon layer beneath the relentless snow. She died in the snow.
Warriors of the ice.
Welcome.
I once stood alongside them as we faced something beyond our understanding.
You fought in an ice field.
Yes, but I couldn't recall the outcomes of that battle.
I have similar experiences in an ice field as well.
Oh? Tell me more about it.
It was a battle and an important mission.
Mission? Your memories are making me curious. Come, let's get moving.
The part that I can't decipher is where the old her ends and the new her begins. The figure staggers forward, eyes ablaze with yearning. He reaches out, seizing the blade. Fire climbs up his arm, searing into flesh and merging with his form. Flames of sacrifice ignite, unseen power flooding his veins. Foes wail at his feet, reduced to prostrate kindling. He believed he mastered the flame, yet fire has never been truly his to command. A slumbering will stirs, seeping into limb and mind, usurping all. When the inferno fades, the wielder falls, only embers remaining. Dying cinders cool, the blade lies dormant on cold stone, humming a silent dirge. All returns to silence, awaiting the next arrival.
I once saw a sword like this. Those who pick it up will be granted tremendous power. But the sword shall burn on until its wielder turns to cinders.
Is it the one you're holding right now?
Looks like it, though not quite. Regardless, this isn't important. It's very quiet now, at least.
This means nothing to me and her. These are clearly about her previous incarnation. Burned engravings. O Colossus wreathed in flame. You once raced across the earth, tides of fire in your wake. You once wrought ruin as kingdoms fell silent. You once perched atop the throne of embers. All who defied you turned to ash. Cinders drift over the snowfields, a testament that the magma never dies. We, your devoted, kneel upon these ashes, calling through the frozen night. Awaken from slumber, and once again scour the world in searing glory. Let the ancient flames reignite. May faith and devastation endure as one and illuminate the ages.
This prayer again.
Seems like fanatics who worship some kind of fire.
In those memories, I vanquished countless foes with fire and a great sword. But why was I fighting? Who were the enemies? And are those memories truly mine? Everything remains unknown. Yes. I have all sorts of memories, where I was in different situations, had different identities, and did different things.
Perhaps this prayer described a possibility.
I hope not. It seems something is still missing. Looks like a certain memory of mine is avoiding me. However, I won't let it get away this time. Another battlefield. I always see sights like this at the end of the memory lane. We meet again. You're actually slower this time. Damn you. Are you trying to stop me again? Don't you understand? I'll never try to stop you. In fact, isn't my presence here the result you seek? Enough nonsense. There'll be no escape for you this time. Oh, you've got a companion. This feels rather refreshing. There are things you aren't meant to find. Let them disappear. Give up already. This is for your own good. Until I find out who I am, there is no stopping me. Then enjoy your aimless wandering, till oblivion takes you. Stop right there!
That's her great sword.
I will find you! It's an old wound. There's no way those creatures could hurt me.
It's that thing that looks like you.
Someone who's always getting in my way. I've searched many places, but mostly in vain. This version of me always shows up at the very end. There were times when I came close to the truth, but she had to ruin it all.
What are you doing next?
Chase her down. I must reclaim my memories. We shouldn't stay here any longer. In any case, thank you for your assistance, Endman.
How?
It's not that hard of a guess. I can't think of anyone else who could enter a protocol space unscathed, fight Angeloy, and run a pretty important mission. Meeting you has been fun. Until next time.
Now I'm very curious. There's a lot of... I have a lot of questions as to how that space works.
Endman, are you all right? What just happened?
I touched it and found myself in an ice
Did you
field.
just enter a protocol space? This is quite unexpected.
Met a red-haired, sarcastic girl who wields a
Who
sword.
is she?
Not sure. She's also looking for her memories.
The protocol space is essentially a data shard within Originium. And if it includes data from past memories, they might be recreated within the space as well. But finding the memories of a particular person is difficult. It's like hunting for a needle in a haystack.
She's very mysterious. She even knows that I'm the Endman.
That does not sound normal.
She's also posed by a shadow that resembles
I'm
her.
afraid we lack enough evidence to reach a proper conclusion. I'll try to look into this. Wait for my updates.
Hi, Enman. We recently picked up a few strange Originium reactions across Valley 4, and... Witness reports also mention some form of fire that accompanied those Originium reactions.
Huh?
Enman, you have a lead on this? Then perhaps it is best to have you investigate this. I'll sync the coordinates to you.
Time to look for her in Valley 4.
How... I have a lot of questions. Because I thought it was just in that space itself on the ship. But if it's like literally through the Originium, then the physical space itself doesn't matter. It's wherever the Originium is. Oh.
Traces. They might be hers. she's been here. Are these the traces she left behind? I should scan these traces and track her down.
Hello, little fella. Wanna help look for my memories?
This long ear seems connected to her.
Move those legs and run, Black Ears. The city's lost and the fire burns near. Hey, slow down! Not so fast! Oh, you stopped. Couldn't find it anymore? Alright, little one. I guess you don't want to leave your home too far behind. But what about my home? Are these childhood impressions real? Or are they just false fairy tales? Where did I really come from?
She's looking for memories of home. My childhood and home. Where are those memories buried? Who was I? Before I became the administrator.
Where should I go next?
I should follow. What's over there?
I was wondering what this was for. Mystery surrounds the cause of volcanic disaster and Ursa Kalmuser's borders. Semi-demon phenomena vanished, intervened by the mysterious figure suspected. Northern Sami reports demon activity. Phenomena lasted 3 days before sudden high-temperature incineration. Witnesses claim a girl wielding a great sword appeared in the woods, reducing all demons to ash. Her identity remains unknown. Banii Village mine incident solved. Originium slugs to blame. After thorough investigation, the cause of the recent emergency at Banii Village's mine has been confirmed. Officials state the incident was triggered by originium slugs. The affected mine is now sealed and the situation is under control. Specialist teams are addressing residual risks to prevent secondary disasters. Recently, within the borders of Leviathan, water has made the remaining words hardly legible.
Burning demons, dealing with disasters. Did she do all this?
These old records are useless. They tell me nothing about who I am. Time to look elsewhere.
She still didn't find her memories. But does my role as the administrator really tell me who I actually am? And how did I become the administrator that Jenner, Andre, and all those people remember?
Can't quit here. I should keep looking.
She went over there. Radio.
Oh. Oh? Oh. Still needs to be one more here and then two here. Got it.
The trail has gone cold. If I can't find my way home... no. The annoying stuff is messing with my memories. Gotta get myself an ice cream break. I really needed that. What? I'm down to the last popsicle? If only they had a furnace for candy-flavored ice cream.
Threat at the cradle of the ages. Eliminated. Residual anomalous originium reaction. To temporarily close these areas.
The cradle of the ages. Perhaps another gateway to memories can be created there.
Where is she going?
Gateway.
She's left.
Home, ice cream, family, nursery rhymes. Furnace, soul, piano, still starry sky. Desert, seaside, vengeance. High tower, cellar, shepherd, library. Interrogation room, land cruiser, veins, snowfield. A sea of rootless blossoms, mountains hanging inverted. Fields of Originium wheat, where torrential rain ignites. A lifeless cradle in the ruins of the great oak.
A lifeless cradle and the ruins of the great oak. This feels like the cradle of the ages.
Thank goodness. You finally picked up the call, Endman.
Finally?
Yeah. I found trails of that red-haired Sarkaz girl in Valley 4.
A little smile.
Great. I've also uncovered something new in the Rhodes Island archives. It's an HR dossier on a particular operator from the Age of Terra.
They're archives.
Fire and a sword. The appearance and abilities of this operator match your descriptions. Her name is Surtur. What you saw is probably Lavatane, a reconvener with close ties to Surtur.
So that's who she is.
Records from Rhodes Island also mention that Surtur suffered from memory impairment. She had chronic polymnestic disorder and never knew which of her memories truly belonged to her. When she first opened her eyes, she only saw the ruins of a small town, solidified lava, and a sword of unknown origins in her hands. Her mind was filled with all sorts of fragmented memories. She could not answer who she was, where she was from, or what she wanted to do. Surtur was later recruited by Rhodes Island. She spent plenty of time in solo operations in search of her memories.
Did she find them?
No, if we're just looking at the Rhodes Island archives. As for Lavatane, after her awakening on Talos 2, she continued her search for her actual memories, just like Surtur had done. She hasn't been in contact with Rhodes Island for quite a while.
And who is that shadow that looks like her?
So Rhodes Island is still
I
active.
made deductions of my own. Lavatane may have started on the wrong trail. The further she goes into the protocol space, the less likely she is to find her memories. She might even encounter unknown threats. Her injuries will only get worse with each attempt.
That explains her old wounds.
I need to ask you for a favor, Endman. Please, help her. You're the only one we have right now with unrestricted access into the protocol space.
Of course. Leave it to me. She probably went to the Cradle of the Ages.
I have so many questions, but I'm so immediately interested. That's all unusable items. It's not what I want, though. Also, why do we have access to Rhode Island's archives?
Hope I can find her. Rodan?
Why were you here?
Will Endfield come and save us?
We must call the Eggman.
Stop right there! How is this possible? I've defeated him already.
Then we just silence him again.
Lavatane?
Careful! The real enemies are behind the illusion!
She has her own unique meter. I didn't even realize that.
We meet again, Endman. I wasn't expecting to run into you here.
What exactly was
Took
that?
the question out of my mouth. I had nothing to do with that big noisy dude.
His name is Rodan. I defeated him in Valley 4.
Wow. So you couldn't remember what just happened?
Huh? I remember what happened just
Memories
well.
aren't always true. Sometimes they are replaced by deceptive illusions. And this place has plenty of false memories.
Why are you here if they're false?
Don't you remember? I'm after the shadow that took my memories. Anyway, you better stay with me.
The shadow.
These twisted beings are created from your memories. And since you don't know how to tell the truth apart yet, things can get pretty dangerous.
Lead the way.
Seems like you've learned of my identity.
I followed your trail to get here.
You're the first person who managed to pull that off. Very well. From this point forth, you shall be my fellow companion in this journey of memory search.
Companion?
Don't you want to find your memories?
I'm here to find you.
Interested in me, huh? But isn't that because deep down, you're curious and hopeful about finding your own memories?
Well...
She...
Is that my...
Memory of your own. But I gotta correct you on something. This isn't about understanding your memories. It's more like understanding your amnesiac self.
There...
Go take a look. We should be able to find some traces.
It's very interesting that they're like... Because again, I've only played like a little bit of the original Arknights back in like 2018, I think. And like I never got Surtur. I never got Surtur as a unit. So I don't know anything about her. But the fact that Levitane, or Lavatane, whatever mixture of lava and Leviathan that they're trying to go for, the fact that they're using her, or this version of her, as like the first banner character, as well as the first character that you get access to this companion story with, and her entire thing has been her trying to deal with her own memories, unsure if they're real or not, and what that means as to her identity. And they're using that as a foil for the Endmin immediately at the start is very interesting. Tata?
That's Tata. Tata? Now that's a lovely name.
See?
So, play it safe, okay? Don't break my baby bot again.
Wait. Something's wrong.
This is a falsehood?
Yeah.
Melting flame!
So this is Tata?
I escorted across Valley 4.
So what we're seeing here is a reflection of your inner fears.
If I fail, Valley 4 will face a terrible disaster.
And I thought the administrator, guardian of the civilization band, would be someone with ironclad resolution. The real one turned out...
Oh, how did I turn out?
A worrisome soul, afraid of something. You fear failing your mission.
Why are you smiling?
I totally did not do that. I just felt you're no longer that distant or unfamiliar anymore. In fact, I can even say you're actually quite... whatevs. It's nothing to be concerned about. Everyone's scared of something.
You get scared too? You don't look like you would get scared.
Do I look like someone without emotions? Let's keep moving. Follow the trail.
Because also using this location too, Because this is kind of where a lot of the questions, not really questions, but somewhere where, like, because there's Perlica, there's Chen, there's Andre, there's a bunch of other people always asking, or like, knowing who you are, but then using this location, one that's tied to something so significant that the Endmen did, but isn't tied to the memories that we had at the start of the game. Because that was in an ice field. Because, like, I can't... Like, this is just the same... This is still the same location. That's why all this stuff is still here. But, like, the slight, like, white vignetting and these red shadows, like, it makes you second guess, oh, are we actually here? Or, like...
That's Andre and Jenner.
Are we just in false memories?
I didn't expect the Endmen to be back.
I haven't seen the planter of the Great Oak for many years, but...
Having lost so many memories and powers, I don't know if the Endmen can continue to lead us.
The Endman is no longer the hero who saved us. Perhaps it is wrong to expect the Savior to appear twice.
They don't trust me.
Quite the sensitive soul, aren't you?
But...
Are those two friends of yours?
The old me knew them at Enfield and UWST.
And does that make you worried?
Their trust and eagerness make me worried. You don't see something like this start at the beginning of a gacha. Usually, like, this trepidation and, like, imposter syndrome, like, usually that's something that comes in, like, a little bit later. Like, it is a story beat that usually happens, but the main character starts with amnesia, and we know that. But they're surrounded by people who know them and hail them as a hero. But, like, the first event, you're instantly seeing into their mind, like, they're worried about meeting those expectations. Like, right off the bat.
Why is that?
I don't know if I'm the person they're hoping for.
Then, did you ever share these thoughts with others?
I'm afraid that Perlica, Chen, and many others would be disappointed and lose faith because of my failings. I'm afraid that Nefereth will be emboldened by my weakness.
That's why you kept playing the role of a powerful and resolute administrator. Even though you've got no idea who you actually are.
Yeah. I don't even know who I actually am.
You're doing a pretty good job already. I'll be honest with you. I've been dealing with the same issue. I'm afraid I won't know who I really am. I have the fire, a sword, and a name. However, I have no memories, no stories, and no past to speak of. I'm afraid the only thing I have is the name Lavatane. And beyond that, I have nothing. I am nothing but an empty shell.
An empty shell. Maybe I'm the same thing.
No, you're different. You have a mission and you fight for it, while This feels like we're competing for the title of Chief Amnesiac. Two souls with lost memories, getting worried and trying to make the other feel better. Can't think of a sadder story than this. That's why we're fellow companions, right? So, my fellow companion, time to finally reveal the answer.
The old me before the amnesia planted a great oak here.
So that's the old you? But you probably should take a closer look.
I planted this oak to secure the continuation of life and civilization. To rescue your new homes from the brink of death. To pave a path that leads to the future. Though years have passed, I remain bereft of my due. The seeds of justice and benevolence yielded nothing. Nothing, save your base instincts of greed and malice, and your perpetual propensity for envy and hatred.
We have sinned.
Deliver us!
Help us escape this nightmare.
Ew, that's the old you?
Don't remember.
And why do you deserve the salvation I bring?
Just give us a chance. Are you still the savior? Have we lost all hope?
Pay for your sins.
What was my past actually like?
Seems like you're not ready for this.
No.
Oh, activating it makes me instantly switch to Levitate.
people like us, facing the past can be quite a challenge. Don't blame yourself too much. You figured it out at the last moment.
I have no way of knowing what happened in the past. I only chose the facets that I want to believe in. I have no way of knowing what happened in the past.
Huh, that's true. I would have hated that almighty savior and that stupid speech. I'd rather have you like this.
Thanks. But I still have one question. Does this version of me count as the true administrator?
And I got another question in return. Who am I?
Hey, I asked first.
Who am I?
All right, Lava Chain.
Reconvener?
Yes, you're Surtur's.
Surtur. She left me nothing but a jumbled heap of memories. Other reconveners with their memories know who they could be, what they should do, but I got nothing except delusional memories. Like someone stranded at sea, parched. Got water everywhere, but none of it quenches your thirst. I guess they woke you up, said you are their endman, then instantly got you in all sorts of mess, right?
It really feels like I'm trying to become someone else.
Yet that someone else is but yourself.
Yeah.
Getting trapped by the past, and doing everything you can to break out of it. I got the same problems. So, since Surtur didn't give me an answer, I decided to look for it myself. If you're confused, then just look around for the lost memories. Then you can see what the true Endman was like.
Memories. Can they be found that easily?
If the two of us work together, the search might be a little easier.
Together?
As your companion, I shall help you find your lost memories. Consider this a promise. So, Endman, have anything to say to that?
Where are we going next?
Next location, next protocol space. Since you're around, we probably end up finding something for once.
Okay then, let's go.
Levitate?
I'm still in Valley 4. Where did she go?
Next location, next protocol space.
Levitate may have started on the wrong trail. The further she goes into the protocol space, the less likely she is to find her memories. She might even encounter unknown threats.
Very well. From this point forth, you shall be my fellow companion in this journey of memory search. As your companion, I shall help you find your lost memories. Consider this a promise.
Her injuries will only get worse with each attempt. I can't just leave her alone. Gotta find her quickly. I should inform Perlica and ask her for help.
Endman, we just received the data from you. You actually found Levitate. Good work.
But
she is very determined.
Even though she knew she was a reconvener, she insisted on searching for those memories. I understand why she's doing this, Endman, and it won't be easy to persuade someone like her.
I just lost contact and couldn't locate her trail. Can you help me find her?
I see. Hold on. Fiona just analyzed traces of Lavatane's originium reactions and protocol space fluctuations. Her trail is already deep within the protocol space.
So, is there any way to enter that protocol space and find her? Maybe we can use the protocol singularity again.
That's quite a bold idea, Endman. I know you're very worried and concerned. But your plan needs data of originium reactions directly associated with Lavatane. Did she visit other places? I
can look around in Valley 4.
Personally? Alright. I'll call Director Chin right away and get her and the hub base to back you up.
Greetings, Endman. I heard you're looking for a red-haired Sarkaz girl.
That's right.
According to the data from Supervisor Perlica, this girl usually carries a greatsword, is a skilled pyromancer, and often leaves burn marks wherever she goes. We did have recent reports of strange sightings in the valley. I'll sync the witnesses' data to you right away.
I'll go talk to them now.
Director Chin, your work is much appreciated. Endman, please head back to Dijong once you've gathered enough data. Fiona and I will make the preparations in the meantime. I'll be waiting at the stasis core.
Witnesses. They might be in the hub.
I'm not gonna lie. This personal storyline, questline, has me so much more hooked than the main story has. I am invested and I'm so interested.
Oh, Endman, you want to talk?
Like, it's one thing to just like have like a storyline that's entirely focused around like that character, but using that as a chance to like actually delve into like kind of the big issue with your main character, not even quote unquote the big issue, but like their personal issue, like that's really, no, that's super compelling. Seen a red-haired girl who wields fire and a greatsword.
Oh, I remember her. I got a temporary assignment at the quarry. I, miscalculated the explosive payload. I was in a shaft with a mining crew, and we got trapped by falling rocks. Everyone got really depressed and began writing their wills. Lucky for us, the huge stone blocking the exit was cut right in half. That must have been the work of your red-haired girl. No mistake about that. Here, the report of that incident.
That's why there's sometimes an overlap when you're here and when you're not. Did you see the red-haired Sarkaz girl?
Yes, I did. I recently made a delivery to the Originium Science Park. But my car broke down halfway and the landbreakers ambushed me. Thankfully, that fine lady appeared. She literally slashed right through the landbreakers' axes. Here's a record from that day.
The haunting of yesteryear. It's a wild name for like side story mission name.
Endman, Director Chin told me you're looking for this type of burn mark.
Did you see them
I did.
anywhere?
In fact, I was the one who submitted the reports about these markings. I found them at the Blight Cliff observation post. We also found plenty of Angelos remains at that place. It must have been a terrifying battle. Someone literally burned those Angeloi with incredibly hot flames. This is the set of data we collected.
This should be enough. Time to return to Dijon.
I'm really glad I decided to do this on stream. It still needs to stick the landing, but like this is kind of the story. This is kind of the story that like I wanted to get into Arknights for. Like this is literally kind of why I'm playing this game. And if this is just like the start, like I'm very, very invested in seeing how far this kind of goes with more like substantial, like full events and such.
Endman, you're back. Finding Lavatane in the protocol space is theoretically feasible, but risky too. Your physical condition has got me a little concerned.
Tell me more. I intend to dig further into it, actually.
Understood. Fiona and I just completed a plan. Simply put, Lavatane would have looked for a suitable rift opening. Then, by using memories as a clue, she would have forcibly entered the matching protocol space. The recent ether activities of Valley 4 gave her an opportunity. This is why she got in touch with you, Endman. We can use the same method, with the protocol singularity and your abilities. By following traces of Lavatane's originium reactions, you can locate the protocol space she went to. Yes, both the protocol space and reconveners are somehow related to you. Your thorough search is definitely going to help us locate her.
Endman, we finished analyzing the parameters of Lavatane's originium reactions. You're good to go anytime.
I'll find
Please
Lavatane.
keep Lavatane safe and bring her back here. Most importantly, make sure you return safely as well, Endman.
Time to find her. Philip promised me to a fellow seeker of memories. The administrator made another dive into protocol space and started a search for Lavatane.
You're here, Endman. Didn't keep me waiting for too long.
You look a little tired.
It's nothing. Just walked a long way before coming here.
Did you find her trail?
Found nothing so far, but that wouldn't stop me. What about you?
Nothing for me either. That's why I'm here.
Then we should make good on our promise and start our memory search together.
I promise to find the truth in your memories.
Then it's a deal. Let's go. I don't think we should stay here.
Oh. What?
This place.
See anything familiar?
I think so, but this doesn't feel right.
Then let's look around and see what they have.
Your injuries are getting worse.
I know. But an injured body is hardly a concern when compared with broken memories. Instincts tell me that the answers I seek can be found here.
You found a clue?
I never dwell on a clue that came too late. I just keep going and never turn back. That's how how I'll find my true self.
We'll leave this place, just like our first meeting.
Indeed. We shall press forward together.
Departure, Terra. Destination Talos 2. Voyage code, time window. Passenger ID. Rhodes Island Cooperation Agreement seal. What? Is this? Come play in the flowers.
Hi, pretty lady. What flowers do you like? Just take them.
Thank you.
Ginny, are you here too?
Ginny? Is that the name of this child?
Yeah. She likes to draw and has a gift for it.
Come play with me. We can make colors from the petals and draw everyone. Do you like flowers?
Flowers. I remember something. A time when there was no fire, nor battles, nor a sword by my side. It was the most idyllic moment I remember, where the wind was soft and the meadows were quiet. I took my naps at that place. Petals brushed against my face, carrying a subtle fragrance.
Memories like that should be treasured.
Ironically, this is just one of the many fragments that do not belong to me. Yet, it is also one of the very few beautiful memories carried within my mind.
So, have you seen flowers that make you happy?
In the Valley Fort.
No, only scary pipe-faced people live there.
And other people's memories.
Huh. Would you consider that your own happiness? Don't give up. Keep looking around.
After all this walking, I hardly met anything that can be considered happy.
Maybe it's just at the next stop.
If you receive this emergency call, please respond on this frequency. We can't call from the gate. We've lost touch with them. The main channel has been severed.
This is...
Far worse than we expected. Central control has gone dark. The entire place is probably destroyed. We tried to seal the passage, but nothing worked. Those things flooded the entire floor. Our people kept disappearing. Tell the others. Our enemies are far more terrifying than the Angaloid.
This is right after people had gone through the gate.
How long is this war going to last?
The annoying peeps are here.
This is the bandit camp.
Kill ya!
Zip it, or I'm burning you to ash right now. Is this your enemy?
Bone Crushers led by Nefereth. They created a crisis.
Enemies. My memories have plenty of enemies.
What were you like in those memories?
All I felt were instilled fury, shame, frustration.
You'll figure it all out.
Perhaps.
You and Minister
Do so to protect Valley 4.
Still dreaming about your lies? We will bury you, savior. Your struggles are useless!
These seem like your memories at Talos too. Pretty interesting, but they've got nothing to do with me.
Perhaps you can leave something on Talos too as well.
This is such an interesting memoryscape. Endmin, you've been taking good care of the tree you planted. Endmin, who exactly are you? Excellent. Let's start our AIC plan.
Welcome home, Endman.
What is this place?
Good question. The home I forgot about.
Home. A place welcoming you back, even when you've forgotten about it. But I found none of this in my memories. Oh, poor Endman. Forced to tag along with your shenanigans. After all this diving in the protocol space, you still ended up with nothing.
She's here again.
And it's time to reclaim my memories. Don't you understand, Lavatane? Your happiness is false. Your hatred is false. Even the thing you've been searching for is false. This is why you'll never find home. You're just an empty shell. A pretty husk without a soul. An empty shell? The past of Surtur isn't your concern.
Lavertine, are you alright?
Why are you going against me? I've never opposed you. You're the one who keeps hurting yourself. I'm only trying to protect you. What you're seeking will destroy you. Since you started doubting who you are and longing for your memories, I have existed. You'll never find something that you never owned. Such is your fate. You can only abandon yourself and live on as a mere tool. Give up. Why not stop resisting and just take one of these fragments and treat it as yours? What a load of crock. Give up? Well then, let's see what you can walk away with after you reach Surtur's home. Since you insist so stubbornly and foolishly, I'll let you take the path of self-destruction. Go to Casta. Go to her home.
Lavertine, are you...
This is slowing me down.
Are you alright?
Even if this is going to take my life, nothing's more important than finding the truth in my memories. I can sense the whereabouts of Surtur's home. It's close. But time's running out. I gotta act quickly.
Wait! She's gone.
What are you looking at?
She probably walked past this place.
She? Tell me about her colors and shades.
Red.
Oh, I know. It's her. She brought the warlike hues and walked amongst us. Go forth and catch up to her.
Final destination of all
I don't recognize you. What brings you here?
I'm looking for someone.
And what is the name of this someone you are looking for?
Lavatine.
A visitor bearing this name left the ruins in a hurry and gave nothing but a sigh. Go catch up to her, but watch the deep beneath your feet.
You're finally here.
Do you know where Lavatine is?
Girl bearing fire. Why is she here?
For her memories.
That's her. And she's asking everyone if they had seen a girl with her likeness. Make yourself a guest at her home. But be quick. She is very exhausted.
Civil war has erupted, and the fighting's spreading here.
I know. They're settling the old scores. And the children might not be spared. They need me to forge their weapons. But our child...
She's so young. We might not be able to avoid this disaster, but for her sake.
Sarkaz, a nation accursed, a people without roots. We are fated to have nothing in a world twisted by Originium. In the land soaked by blood and war, we have been ordained to face one destruction after another. We no longer have a home, for home has given way to a barren desolation.
Stop crying already. Otherwise, a Wendigo will appear in the night and eat you up.
Don't scare her like that. It's her birthday tomorrow. She hasn't seen the outside world before.
Once she gets older, the sun might shine over this place again. But now, I'm sorry, my love.
Cease this pursuit, and don't be like Lavatine. She ignores the risks of overreaching, and will get herself killed.
I will bring her out safely.
You already know what's going to happen to Lavatine. Why risk diving into the deep? Who is she to you?
An oath-bound companion of our memory search, a guide who helped me out of my confusion, a reconvener and companion beyond space and time. A guide who helped me out of my confusion.
Do not go any further. She wants to rest. Let her see. You found me. I arrived at Surtur's home,
But what?
I I want to keep going, but where else could I go? I don't want to live out my life as an empty shell.
No, you are not an empty shell. I bear witness to your existence.
My existence?
You are my companion. You ended my confusion and taught me to see through falsehoods. I remember your name, your fire, and your pursuit for the truth. All these belong to Lavatane and no one else.
But isn't this search for memories the sole reason I exist?
No. It's self-discovery that gives you meaning. And I can help you. Do not give up.
You consumed yourself to stabilize my existence. Why? You've just awakened, and you're fighting a powerful enemy.
Because I promised to help you recover your memories. And helping another chief amnesiac like me goes without saying.
This is Surtur's answer.
Let's take it. Your condition?
My leg's a little heavy, but I'm okay. It's nice having you around, Endman.
We're fellow companions, after all.
What else did Surtur leave behind?
Shard, I don't care. Just shut up.
No.
I don't care how many people wielded you before. I'll be the last of them. From now on, you shall only follow one voice. Surtur's voice. My voice.
And if you dare order me around, I will annihilate you completely with your own powers. Good. You're finally behaving. Now you can say goodbye to the flaming giant you once were. You're joining my journey. We'll eat good food and beat up people who have it coming. Journeys and adventures. Did she actually give up her memory search because of these?
We still have a lot of time together ahead of us. Keep your faith in my soul, alright? Just wait for me outside and guard the entrance. I'm hurt.
Rhodes Island.
Is there any code name you want?
Just call me Certain.
Clinical analysis has confirmed that you are infected with erythopy. Cell originium assimilation is at 1%. No signs of infection on the surface of the body. Blood originium crystal density is at 0.1 units per liter, but originium arts assimilation...
I don't know how to wield arts. But I can deal with all sorts of problems. Need a demo?
We have a good understanding of your potential. Welcome to Rhode Island.
I just hope you won't bore me.
Hi, Vice. Thank you for the raid.
Don't worry. Our clauses and terms are not restrictive.
What were you playing today?
This is when she joined Rhodes Island. She treated these memories with great importance. You guys really helped me out in that battle. Thanks, medics. Seaside Holiday. And the beachwears.
Wasn't today a day that you played... Wasn't today Yakuza?
I'm more than happy to fill my head up with freshly made memories.
It was Yakuza. I do have a good memory. That wasn't intentional.
You actually can feel the cold. That means more ice cream is coming your way.
Ridiculous. But why is the sensation so comforting?
Apologies, Operator Surtur. The cafeteria pantry is out of ice cream. But an emergency batch is being made right now. Just wait a minute.
It's okay. I can wait.
A literal sweet memory.
Where's your next field operation?
Laterano, I think.
Are you going there to validate some memories?
No. I just heard about their fancy ice cream machines. Gonna try them out. All the frustrations and pain from the memories. This is how they ended in peace.
I have a weakness for characters with sweet tooths.
Better make some space.
God damn it.
Years back to Rhodes Island. The memories since I came to Rhodes Island feel so different. They are more real. Are you trying to say I can rely on you too?
This is so sweet.
Congratulations on your first anniversary at Rhodes Island. Do you like it here?
Rhodes Island is your home. And we prepped 3 crates of ice cream that can be claimed at the procurement department. There won't be any failed operations this week. So, enjoy your break.
Rhodes Island. A place that welcomes me home whenever I want. A place that lets me do what I want.
We know you like the thrill of freedom, so we got you a skateboard as a gift.
A special lava slug blood brew cocktail. Super cooled with liquid nitrogen. Don't worry, it's safe. No crazy chemical reagents were added this time, I think. Interested in an after party at One More Shot? Or enjoy the fresh air on the top deck?
This place is my home. So why should I obsess about finding the last one I had?
This album is an anthology of all the operations we did together. If you have trouble finding your past, just know that everyone's here for your future.
It seems that people without a past can also choose to live in the present.
This is so sweet.
So that's how you answered the question. Searching. If I saw this at the moment of my awakening, would I choose a different path?
It's a shame, but it also gave you the freedom of choice. You get to choose how to go beyond the memories.
Choice. She chose to love Rhodes Island as home. I think I understand that sensation. A noisy place filled with hassles, but it's also warm and interesting. That's why she gave up, because finding the past is no longer that important. But I'm different. I haven't found the people or things to make me give up those memories. I can't find my own Rhodes Island on Talos 2.
Perhaps you can find your own Endfield.
Making your move already? Never expected you to be the cunning type, Endmin.
Only if you're willing.
I'll accept your invitation.
Looks like you've sorted things out.
This is just the beginning. Whether I can free myself from this mire of memory will depend on what I discover at Endfield.
I give you my word as administrator. Endfield will become your home.
Home. All right. I'll see how you make good on this promise.
Oh, that's so good.
Don't look back. The memories behind are of no use. Keep running and jump.
Maze of memories. Now it wants to keep us. Memories aren't easily cast aside. They resurface as enemies. Be prepared to fight the past. If our minds fail to escape quickly enough, they might be trapped here forever. Memories, I must bid you adieu now. I hate fools who like to micromanage. Thank goodness you're not one of them.
Okay, how do I sound now? Also, sorry sorry for holding off like that for a while. Like no, I've been absorbed in this story. Um, thank you for that, Cherry. Give me 1 second to give like a proper thank you. Yeah. Uh Thank you for the raid, Vice. I hope Yakuza was fun. Let me give you a quick shout out. I've been utterly absorbed in this story for Enfield. Like, oh, this is like exactly the reason that I wanted to play this game. But now I think there's an issue with the game audio. Like, I did not expect this one to last. I did not expect this one to go as long as it did. Like, the second I said that, like, oh, I'll do Levitane's story and then I'll stop. I don't know what I expected. But like I got pulled in. Like this this got me. This got me real good. At least now, because one, I'm noticing that, and two, I was keeping that in mind because that also happened last time. I think it's like specifically around 8 hours or something. Let me see. Because right now it's kind of it's not capturing the audio of the window. Let's see what happens if I can do. Wondering why it messed up like that. Let me see. Let me see what happens if I do this. Because I don't know if it's just like capturing it as like a separate window or what. The answer is no. I don't want to restart this either. Like I am so enamored with this story. Um, this is genuinely the exact type of story that like I was kind of holding out for, that I wanted to get into Arknights in general for. But getting into Enfield especially. And I was also right, Forgeborn Scathe. That is her like main weapon. I also have an extreme bias for characters with sweet tooths. Like, no, this has been. I have to make sure that the audio like works for this. I have to make sure the audio works for this because not having this like right at the end would feel just mean after like everything that's been going on. Let me see. It's not capturing the audio from that, and I'm wondering why. And I don't want to leave because it says mission progress will reset it when you leave this area. So like I don't know. I don't think there's like a cutscene. And not that there's a cutscene. I don't think there's like a like checkpoint for it. That at least kind of informs me that it seems to be a consistent thing where like something happens with my Scarlet that doesn't like going over 8 hours. So I'm going to start trying to kind of anticipate that. Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to try something. And I don't know if this will work. This is kind of I'm gonna say desperation because I want to see how this works because I don't want to like leave that on like a cliffhanger. But like no, I wow that pulled me in. I get to have a cool game that one gets to destroy my time with factory building, and then I get like this is like a singular character focused story. This is purely about Surtur, purely about Levitine. And it like works so well as a narrative bridge between Arknights and Enfield, and the similarities that they're playing between the two characters, the way that they're like interacting with each other when it comes to their own memories, and the way that that is developing in terms of their own relationship. Like, It's been a while. It's been a while since a game, especially a gacha, has been able to just like pull me in like that for a character story. Outside of Limbus. But like, the Limbus main stories are like each focused on certain characters or like certain dynamics. Like, you get that from the start. But like from this, for all the stuff that's been happening in Valley 4 so far, there hasn't really been that much of like a character study or like a character focus. But then here's the one character, because there's also Wolfguards. I don't know how Wolfguards is yet. Because like I didn't know if Levitane's was like temporary or not as long as she was on the banner. So I like wanted to check it out. Initially my first, I want to say, my initial thought, the initial way that I was going to go about this was that I was going to play her story and I'd be like, oh, if I like the character, I'll roll for her. Then I found out she was voiced by Kira Buckland. That changed things. And I partly wanted to partly want to like engage with the story because I'm like, oh, I want to hear Kira's performance. And this is so much more than what I was expecting. Like, a lot more than what I was expecting. I didn't expect the way that I didn't expect the way that it connected itself to the first game. The way that it delved into Enmin and like their own personal insecurities. The fear of like all these expectations placed upon them. Like, it's so, I want to say like tangible. Like, they feel like a character. They don't feel like a self-insert. And that makes all that praise, like at the start, in retrospect, just now feel like drowning. Like, through all of that, Enmin was just like, I hope I can live up to their expectations. I don't know what they expect from me. I don't know what they want from me. I know what they say, like, I'm capable of, but, like, can I do that? Am I that thing that they're, like, that they want from me? Like, it's so compelling to do, like, right out the gate. It's so cool. God, that got me. Okay. I fixed it. Oh, this is Brutalist.
This is a lost fragment of mine.
The red energies gathered here can restore Lethitane's status and burn nearby enemies. That's why the greatsword is also specifically hers. I get it.
Drop a mirror. It breaks into shards that can cut. It's a shame to abandon what I did in secret. But if I have to, let's just burn them all to ashes. Tread carefully. Try not to drown in the depths of memory.
Try not to drown in the depths of memories. These are just rooms. This is such an interesting space for this one quest line.
What's at the bottom of this?
End of the maze. And a confluence of all remaining memories.
Sounds like we'll be getting quite a fight.
Perhaps we can treat it as our final goodbye. Hendman, why do reconveners need another person's memories from the past?
They need memories for the legacy and identity.
And what about me? What about my memories?
Perhaps you're meant to say goodbye to them. You broke their shackles and forged a new identity.
That's probably a reason exclusive to me. Well then, let's make this a worthy spectacle. We just need to do one thing. Sever all ties to the residues of the past. Set them alight till they become ash.
Defeat the last enemy.
Let everything burn. Melting flame.
Don't grab it yet.
Your end is nigh. Do you really think that's enough to make you yourself? You abandoned the past, but these memories will never let you go.
You can still kill the past.
Go ahead and try, my past. Be consumed! Your end awaits. Let that twilight burn! Where's Levitane?
Min. Remember your promise? You only delivered half.
Which half?
The half about me.
So you...
Take me to Dijon. I'll keep my promise. Wherever I go, whatever happens. So, this is Dijon. Show me the places we saw in that maze.
The bridge is over there. Ooh, smooth transition.
Quite different from Rhodes Island. Excellent.
Excellent.
Yes, for a new beginning. From now on, I shall be Lavataine and fulfill the promise made to my fellow companion.
But I can't start another memory search right now.
I know. So, you gotta make new memories for me. I can be your operator, your sword, and your fire. But in return, I demand a unique journey, a unique adventure, and a unique home. That will give me an Endfield of my own, a place where I can forget about my memories. What? That's too much for you?
This place won't disappoint you, Lavataine.
Neither will I disappoint you, Endmin.
So not only is that an insane intro for like a character story, that was chapter 1. Which implies that more are gonna keep coming. Not necessarily immediately. I'm not rolling on this immediately. Not necessarily immediately, but that's gonna be something that's just like... that happens as time progresses. Like... Where is she? She's in the second cabin. I like this. I like this a lot. I like this a whole lot. She has a gift for me?
Here, it's yours. Thanks for keeping me on your mind. Huh? Being able to remember someone you care about is gift enough?
Cosmo Melto Jelly. And she also has a sweet tooth. It's cute.
Will carve a path for us.
Ooh.
I hate fools who like to micromanage. Thank goodness you're not one of them.
No, I'm in retrospect, that has made me very happy that I got her, and I also got very fortunate and got her weapon too. Downside is that I have like no burn units. I think Wolfguard. Yeah, Wolfguard's a burn unit.
Looking for me? You finally remember something?
That's so good. That's why her faction says Rhodes Island. She's Ori negative. Date of birth, same as the Unmins. Wait a minute. After acquiring her personal agreement as well as approval from the HR division and authentication from Rhodes Island, Lavatine joined Enfield as an operator under direct command of the administrator. Rhodes Island signed off on her. Interesting. No, I like this. I like this a lot. This is the moment that like I'm sticking with this game. If that's just one of the personal character stories, I want to see what happens like in a normal event, and just like a casual, not a casual event, but like just like one of the first big events that kind of like happen, that where they talk about like other stuff. Like that hooked me. That has me thoroughly hooked. I am so in on this. Yeah, no, I'm committing to this. Damn. Either way. Lavatine's notebook. It contains clues and memories she has uncovered in her memory search journey. I have no use for it, so do whatever you want with it. That's real good. I want to change one of these. Does that count as progression? Exploration. Let fire consume the ashen pass. It's going right up there. Oh, that's really good. I like that. All right. I did not expect this stream to go for that long. I'm like double checking my... I'm going to lose Amethyst. I can fix that off stream. Like, I'm trying not to just like... I'm trying not to like gush, but like that pulled me in for so many different reasons. I enjoyed that so much. I'm like actively trying to like put my thoughts together. That was so damn good. But yeah, I kind of almost want to apologize for anybody who came here for who came here for... I almost completely forgot that I like started with blueprints. Because I started with that and then it like annoyed me. It annoyed me very quickly. Yeah, the frustration was completely erased. It was erased by the time I was doing like the factory stuff, but like... But me getting swept up in that Levitain story was not part of the docket. That was not part of the plan. But sometimes it's better when things don't go according to plan. But like, no, damn, I like this. I like this a lot. I'm committing to this game. I'll commit. I will give it my best. I will give it my best, and I will try to be consistent with it. I'm so glad in retrospect that I rolled for her. I am so glad in retrospect that I rolled for her. Damn. I don't really have anything to say. Like, I was expecting to kind of just, like, play a little bit for a while. Like, I also didn't expect the Levitain story to be, like, to end kind of... Not to end... I was gonna say, like, end that quickly. Like, I didn't expect it to be, like, that... like, substantial. And, like, if other characters are gonna end up getting that makes me very excited to find, like, a character that really speaks to me. And just kind of, like, seeing that story just continue. Because that was only chapter 1. That was only chapter 1 of Levitain's story. That has me so excited for more. That has me so excited for more. Even completely aside from Kira voicing her. But yeah, no. This went long. Let me... Let me find somebody to raid into, cause like, I need to eat. I need to find something to eat, cause like, find something to eat. I need to that story, just like, I like that. I like that so much. I need to find somebody to raid, cause like I did not intend for this to be super long. I thought this was gonna be like a normal 6 hour, probably like 6 hours. I didn't expect it to be, what it turned into. But what it turned into was such a fun experience. That's things like that, getting like completely, I want to say blindsided, but like being surprised by something like that, like is why I wanted to play games like these on stream. God damn. Yeah, no, this was great. This was a very fun way to spend a Sunday. I'm going to raid into Mystery. Because I need to get something to eat. Because I didn't think today's stream was going to be that long, so I didn't really eat a lot before hopping on, and then here I am, 8 hours later. Thank you for all stopping by. Again, the follower, you can cheer. If you're subscribed, you can do the raid dance. I don't know why these damn things keep showing up in my atelier. But like, that works. That's gonna be sticking with me for a bit. But either way, unfortunately, the atelier is closed. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here. They're already inside my atelier. I can't, like, they're already inside. I can't do anything about that. Thank you again, Vice, for the raid. I hope you had fun with Yakuza. I'm sorry I couldn't really introduce, like, when that happened because of the story. But yeah, you don't need to go home, but you can't stay here. But I can at least leave you in a... I think that's a moth's hands? I think it's a moth.